some of the concerns that communities have about the land issue. So somehow in your second presentation, or in your second opportunity to remark back about those, I think if you can cover the issue of system of governance, touching on federalism, but also the issue of land, it will be really, really important to hear from you about that. I think I will pause and allow my co-modes to maybe put in their comments as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Simons, and once again, thank you, Dr. Aldo, for availing yourself and come to Clubhouse and address your nations, your people of South Sudan. And thanks for this brief and precise presentation. My question before we open the floor for the people to ask, I think in the room downstairs, there is those of Pakanamom are listening here, and other movements are here, people that have very strong statement toward the JAC, Jieng Council of Elders, that you represent or member of, and accuse them as the one actually behind why South Sudan's become as a failed state. What I want to say is this: there is a book or report written by Dr. Parker Carroll. She is a Canadian who actually was in South Sudan. That book was actually based on anecdotal report where she interviewed those of Joshua, member of your organizations, and the report was very biased toward the Dinka, that the Jieng Council of Elders have these intentions of changing the demographic of South Sudan, other areas, in particular the Equatoria and Upper Nile. Dr. Lam came a few weeks ago and actually echoed the same statements. I don't know if you came across that report of Dr. Parker Carroll. It's something that I want you to elaborate and put some emphasis, if you don't mind. And I will let Sister Akuey and Brother Miyakol to weigh in before you take the floor. And after that, we will open the floor for the people to come and ask you. And I know you very well, so me and you know my dad. We are from the same geographical district, Badge in Will East. I told a lot of people that Dr. Aldo is not someone that is easy. He knows how to answer, and he knows how to mingle and all this. Thank you once again for coming and share with us this beautiful moment. Quick, if you don't mind, you want to weigh in, please.
Yeah, thank you, Ustaz Atilio and Miyakol, Simon, and Uncle Dr. Aldo Ajou. Thank you for this opportunity, and most of all, we want to welcome you to Clubhouse. It's sad that you have to be with us here during Christmas season, but there's no better day. Each day has its time, and so we believe that you being here today is a sign that South Sudanese need peace, and Christmas is a time that people need to unite as Christians and have peace in their heart. We've not been having peace here in Clubhouse as South Sudanese, and one of the most talked about topic is the JCE. So we are glad that you're here today to represent JCE and to bring clarification to all South Sudanese here and the different opposition and the people opposing JCE. So with that said, I would just pass the mic to Miyakol.
Thank you very much, Ustaz Atilo. Thank you very much, Ustaz Simon. Thank you very much, dear Sister Peace. And thank you very much again, Dr. Aldo Ajou. Maybe a lot of people, I'm glad that, as my brother Atilo has mentioned, that Pagana Mom is here, and I see also Suzanne Jambo. And I don't know if these people, they know you personally, and they know who you are as the most nationalist Sudanese before we become a South Sudan. You may not know me personally, but I know you because I'm a young boy when you were in Jabra. I know your house and the color of your house, and the great thing that you have done when you were in Khartoum by forming a team, a football team, and calling it Wajuma. Wow Juba Malakal to unite the youth and to prevent the young men not to involve in criminals and to be this, and you engage them to do something very good, and it was funded by you directly from your pocket. It was not a government of Sudan, nor was neither was it a government of Sudan. And I was quite surprised when you were actually just accused it as a tribalist. And I'm glad that even your writings that you mentioned today that there are some leaders who are actually very tribalist. And I'm glad today you came here so you can clear it to people. When we talk about you guys, we were accused that we just defending our elders simply because they are from where we are from, but they don't know you personally. I'm really quite very happy that you are here today, and I'm glad Pagana Mom is here to know you, who you are, and a witness. And most of the South Sudanese are here today to witness what I just said, that when you formed a team called Wajuma and was funded by you, and we drink and we eat in your own house, it was not a political thing. It was something that pure for the people of South Sudan. And you mentioned something also very important. I will answer so many questions. You did not want to talk about things, and I'm glad that we open a door and we open a stage to people to come and ask you questions, and you will answer them. برضو انت قلت كلام كويس انه الحكومه الموجوده دي ان احنا في برلمان, and that's where I want to support you, and today I want Miracle to let people know why I support JCE based on the statement that you just said today, that we want to support this revitalized transitional government of national unity and the peace to be implemented. And everybody who put his voice to that, and that's what I've been crying for almost since 2013 until today, that let us support the peace agreement, because this peace agreement is the only way to take us to election. And you said it, that let us go and challenge ourselves in election. That's why I support JCE, and thank you that you brought that up, Dr. Aldo. And I hope South Sudanese will know this government is not a government of tribe, it's not a government of anybody. And Pagan is here. And Pagan is a part of this. He signed this peace agreement. And Pagan is a part of the government. He's a general secretary of the SPLM. And at the same time, is a chairman of the FD that represented by Rebecca Nyandeng. But those of Pagan are confusing us here on the social media, confusing the young people that there's a regime to be removed. And that regime, they give it a name as a regime of Salva Kiir Mayardit and regime of Jieng. But you said it clearly that this government is a revitalized transitional government of national unity. And my support is not just for the government and for the JCA. My support is for this peace agreement to be implemented as you said it. Again, thank you, Dr. Aldo, to come and let people of South Sudan to know today, and as Tilo has said it, and to clear who are the Jieng Council of Elders and what government is this? Is it a government of a certain party, or is it a revitalized transitional government of national unity? And thank you very much.
Ms. Peace, you can open the mic to Dr. Aldo to respond. I think we were very actually brief and precise from Brother Simon's, the best system of governance for South Sudan from your own perspective, and from me, the report that was written by Dr. Carol Parker, who is actually Canadian, and there was a report put out under the title Ethnocide, where she accused the Jieng Council of Elders to have this ill intention of changing demography of the people of Equatoria and the rest of South Sudan to advance the Dinka interests. What happened to Uncle Aldo?
No, I did something. I know what I'm doing. It's good.
Okay, yes. I think that's all. And then from there, we will open the floor for the questions. We will bring 3 people to ask a question, and then after they ask their question, we'll bring them down and we'll go for the next group. And I would like to encourage those head of the movement, head of the parties, revolutionist parties in diaspora and on the grounds, like those of NAS movement and real SPLM under the Chairman Rafiq Pakanamum is in the room, and I would like to acknowledge that as well. So, Dr. Aldo is here as a member of Jieng Council of Elders, and there is a lot of labeling against them that they are the one actually that can be held accountable. So why there is a political or political demise in the country. الزوال الأمل السياسي في جنوب السودان بيرجع لهذه المنظومة يعني كبار أعيان الدينكا. So we want to bring up Uncle Aldo to take it from here, and then from there.
Yes. Thank you, Sir Tilo.
Yes. You can hear now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Doctor, we can hear you. Yes, Doctor, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. I have these two questions. Clarification of land's problem and the system of government. For the land, we came to the country, and a very big number that went to liberation movement, and we actually decided to resume our capital, Juba, and a lot of people came through to Juba. In Juba, there were areas where there was no dwelling, and those areas were captured by the SPLA when they came in just replacing the moving army of Khartoum. For example, this area called Tongpen, it was up to the airport. It was a dwelling place of the army of Khartoum, and also the other areas near the Jabal, near the mountain, Jabal Kunjur. Now, this is a confusion in the town, and that the Ministry of Lands did not come up with a program and the law how the citizen of this country can own lands. There is no policy statement that came out from the government where all these people who are fighting were including those who are actually claiming the land to have been taken by people. The other also is the people moving with their cattle, the nomads, especially those moving from Upper Nile to Equatoria. There is a little bit of people to say something because our people who are moving there are moving with guns and their cows, and they don't want to listen to the citizen of that area, those who have farms and all that. That is a very serious problem. But take it from me, the land grabbing which is going on is a part of the campaign. It is a part of the campaign. You know that. And it is only where in central Equatoria. No place anywhere. Even in Wau, the Luo have got the land and Denka have more cows. They come there is no complaint. Anyway, in Upper Nile, there is no complaint except Malakal town. So, I want to say that the question of land has to be addressed. And the law that governs the land should not be confused with a land belong to community. And you know the chiefs and community leaders messed it up because they took charge of distribution of land. And you can find now a lot of land given to some individuals are random. And they took the money, not the government. And the government knows that people who are not actually organized and they are not the state are distributing the land. And they never stop them, even in Juba. So the lack of law there governing the land, it is disorganized, is the problem. It is not South Sudanese who are a problem. Plus the politicians want to pick up an area which they don't even cite the absence of law. That is the problem. We need a legislation we need to review the law, because the land actually is owned by community. There is nothing wrong with it, because at the end, the land ownership is organized and controlled by the government, courts, and so on. There are cases to settle the dispute of land in the absence of law, and then take it to the chiefs. It was a mistake of the government, which actually later on fought itself in 2013. That is what I can say about land. Others can say more. Let me go to the system of government we see that can be fit for South Sudan. Our case is very unique, because the way we came to be one country called South Sudan is far back, very, very far back. Before the reconquest of Sudan by British and Egypt, and before they actually came to South Sudan to set up what is a government and claim South Sudan as one territory, one entity, the first man, and that is in the book of Lamakol, General Kitchener, came to Fashoda in September 1898. And that was when they evicted the French there, who were in Fashoda. And that was the starting how to put South Sudan together, because we were nothing but the rivers. We were all over without knowing one another. We didn't know the world that is in Equatoria, and Equatoria did not know us. And the British put it together starting from 1899, and we became what was known as South Sudan. And after that, the British brought us their system of government. The United Kingdom is not actually united, in fact, like a federation. It is a unitary state with a local government that is actually ruling itself. The Scottish, the English, the Wales, the Northern Ireland, of course, are part of that. They came by dispute of religion. And they rule themselves separately. They did this to us. They created for us Equatoria, Upper Nile, and Bargaza. And then they went down with the districts. And what did they do? They actually took the native administration in Barghazal, governed by one British officer, and the native administration and our own regulations and rules that governed South Sudan for 57 years. So we had a system that governed us for 57 years, a system that actually promoted our languages in Upper Nile, separately in Equatoria and Barghazal. That was a system that stayed with us for 57 years. And after the British went in 1956, it got diluted by Khartoum. They wanted us to be different people, to be Muslims and Arabs. And collectively we resisted that. And we managed it. We became now independent. So let us look for ourselves what is suitable for us. In the national dialogue, we contributed, and we discovered that what is suitable for us is a federal system that must avoid ethnicity, that must avoid the nationalities, and base it on territorial rule like the British did. Every district was shared by different ethnicities. And it worked well. It went together. And now if I say ourselves in Barghazal, we have 3 languages. We have actual Dinka language, we have the Lu language, and we have the Indoko language for Fertit. 3 languages only. And these were brought up by the British. So we think that the federal system we want to get to ourselves is a federal system that will recognize territories that can be governed together. It is a system that should actually recognize the fact that a successful federal government, like in the United States or Canada or Australia, have said it, and others, is the one that recognizes a rule, a self-governing state, which has got powers of security to maintain that small territory in the interest of the nation, of sovereignty. And it must be a territory that can actually build itself and develop their own resources without prejudice to the right of the national government. This is what we simply put over to South Sudanese, and we came out from National Dialogue United. All South Sudanese, including Pagana Mom, I assume, have accepted the recommendations of the National Dialogue because we came out united. We went in quarreling. And when we went to the base and examined the people, we got the people who were saying the same thing in Equatoria, saying the same thing in Upper Nile, saying the same thing in Baragazal. And we level up from the state to the regional state, 3 regions. And the overall national conference we had. Now, this is for us very vital. It is what we have to discuss because our unity is at stake. Let us accept it. Our unity is not the same. We are not the same where we were. And we, all of us, must recognize that we have gone wrong. And that we have to correct this wrong in order to do what? To create tranquility of this country, a life together, and we come to have to love our country and love ourselves and develop to merge with the world. This is what we see, that if people continue to insist on their own, see, by character assassinating some of the communities and make it as the weapon of them to govern, those people are wrong. And myself, I recognize that if I were wrong, the quotation that a person, human being, learns from his own mistakes. I have to. We have made mistakes, all of us. We must come back and recover. So, federal system is what can accommodate us, like the local government that accommodated us, which was a brand of Britain. They brought it to us, and they brought it to Australia, they brought it to Canada, you see, and they brought it to India even, and other countries, and they have succeeded. But let us not say Nigeria has failed. No, Nigeria failed because you know the corruption there. It is not actually the administration got corrupted, and the people got actually corrupt, and it died like that. The same thing. What we don't want is the Ethiopian Federation. It is based on ethnicity. It will not work. That one will not integrate, cannot put itself together. So that is what I believe we have to get in together, and I believe that the politicians out there, if their move is for any of them, the ambition of becoming a ruler of this country, let them drop something called tribalism and try to make a move. If this is our country, let us move towards it in order to retrieve it and build it as a nation of equals and a nation of justice and a nation of liberties, democracy, and the rule of law. This is what I believe. And we have got a chance. This chance should not be lost. And I tell you, if these are the politicians of South Sudan that take us to personal confrontation, we may not make it. Because as we speak now, the government of national unity is not together simply because I disagree with so and so, and the whole thing has become personal. It is not the interest of our nation. Let us actually get our nation interest. And I'm very happy. Every South Sudanese children are saying we are South Sudanese when we have not reached actually the mandate that can actually get the loyalty to run. And this is, we have to tell ourselves. Now, I'm telling you this, that I have no personal enemy in South Sudan. If there is an enemy, it may be the enemy that goes to Khartoum to seek a gun, to shoot the Southern from the gun of Khartoum, the gun we left. We know we were in Khartoum. And they wanted us to build militia. We refused. And we are here. Like myself, if I were to take up militia, it would have not been anybody else. But we did not. And when we came, our people came to power before they took up of this fighting, we were marginalized. They must know that we know it. Like I'm talking to you, I am a person marginalized by my own people. But I don't care about that. What I want to see is this country to stand on its own and the interests of our people and the interests of Africa. This is what I want to see. Now, the two areas this is my answer to two areas. Unless if I have skipped anything, we can actually revisit and see. But this is, I feel like I'm convinced that we can get out of this crisis if we get ourselves as nationalists and feel that our country ills have to be treated, all of us. Tomorrow you can see everything running. It is actual politics based on individual conflict, personal, that are misleading us. Thank you.
Well,
شكرا استاذ، شكرا دكتور عبدو عجو. خلي ميكروفون تاك فاتح. انا لو يلت خلي ميكروفون تاك فاتح ما تكفي. نشوف استاذ تيلو داير يقول شنو، نشوف سيستر بيس واستاذ سايمون before we bring people to the stage and then they can ask their question. تفضل استاذ تيلو.
yes, thank you, Dr. Aldo. That was very precise presentations and on how South Sudan should be governed. And I actually agree with you absolutely. There was a question, maybe you didn't notice that, regarding the report that was actually put up by Dr. Carol Parker. She's a Canadian in 2018 under the title Ethnocide, where she blamed the Dinka to be a problem of South Sudan. And she was specifically referring to Jieng Council of Elders, that they have this ill intention of changing the demography of South Sudan by moving the Dinka from their area to invade the others' area, to be specific, the Equatoria and the Malakal. With that said, I have a question from Dr. Pasquale. He's one of the audience downstairs. He's a member of Emmanuel Yawin's movement. He said, what is Dr. Aldo view on the land grabbing issue in Equatoria and Malakal? Very specific. I want you to elaborate, if you don't mind, before we open the floor for the public to ask you some question, and you can tell us what time and how much time left with you to answer and engage with us, because we don't want to keep you for all night. There is tomorrow, there is next week, there is next month, and thank God you joined the clubhouse, and we're not going to leave you. We are going to schedule some series of rooms, including yourself and Uncle Joshua and the rest of the Jieng Council of Elders member. You see, As I said, now I will yield the mic back to Brother Simon.
Yeah, I think also we acknowledge, like Attilo did, the presence of all the distinguished members of or leaders of South Sudanese parties that are in this room today. As I said at the outset of my conversation, this is a dialogue that we must have, and a dialogue we must have is always very painful because there are things that you're gonna hear. So we need to embrace tolerance. In a democracy, you must have tolerance. Those of us that live in Western countries know what tolerance looks like and what it feels like. But for a young democracy, it's a hard learning. So let us tolerate each other. As you hear things being said, it was difficult the past couple of months being a Jieng and being on the receiving end. So I'm glad that we're having this dialogue. Let us open our hearts and answer questions in a truly nationalistic way. And I thank Uncle Aldo for his nationalistic responses. So without further ado, I'd like us to remind us about housekeeping. It's very important if you come up here to introduce yourself in your name. We are all Southern Sudanese, and it's also very important to respect people. If you're going to speak foul language, we will have no choice but to remove you from the stage. But like Attilo said, I encourage the leaders of entities in Southern Sudan that are in the room tonight that would like to, put across their viewpoints, to come up, and my fellow mods will pick you and bring you up, and you can ask questions. I think it's best if any person that comes up to the podium asks one question. But very important, like I said, try and introduce yourself, who you are, and if you represent a party or a member of, say that, and then ask your question. We need this to be a dialogue, a beginning of a long dialogue, a road to recovery, a road to nation building. So thank you very much. Miyakon?
Miss, just saw you that you just came out as a moderator. Miss Peace, I don't know what you guys going to do. I'm going to do my thing that I do. I don't know, Dr. Aldo Ajou, can you open the mic to see? Can you open the mic, Dr. Aldo? If you cannot, I know what to do to bring you up again so your mic to be open. Dr. Aldo Ajou, تقدر تفتح الميكروفون بتاعك لو داري جاوب. Okay, I know what to do, but I just want to open the floor to people. Before I open the floor to people, we have two new moderators with us. We have Miss Peace and we have Miss May. I don't know what you guys want to say. By then, you're doing what you're saying, what you want to do. You are talking what you want to say. Let me do this thing so his mic can be open, so we can open the floor. Only three people, and as Simon has said, only one question as an individual question, and question will take a question mark. I know sometimes we come and say stories, lakini ya jamana aswali huwa binte dit kida is kida, why, how, please binte a question mark. We don't want stories. Thank you.
All right, so Sister Peace and Sister Macy, Miss May, sorry you arrived late, and we had all sorts of challenges. So Miss May was part of the organizing crew. There are other people down who I will mention later towards the end of the presentation. So you need to assist with hand raising. We don't need to overcrowd the podium, but if we have 3 or 4 at the most, and like I said, let's stick to people introducing themselves and asking their question very clearly to give Uncle an opportunity to respond to it in a comprehensive manner. And also, Uncle, we need to be guided by you at any point. If you feel you are tired and you cannot continue, we can end the room and then schedule another one. This is a dialogue that starts today, and it will not stop until we have addressed all our concerns. Thank you.
Miss Peace and Miss May, you want to hurry up, please?
Yeah, I will let Miss May go. I don't have anything to say or to ask at the moment. So, Miss May, you go ahead.
Hello, everybody. And moderators, the presence of Uncle Joe, and presence of all the honorable guests from the other parties. I greet you all. I just woke up. The time that we had scheduled, like we said, has actually met a lot of obstacles in the way, but thankfully we have managed to have Uncle Joe with us here today. I won't have much to say, but just to keep it as peaceful as we can. And we thank you, Uncle Joe, for having accepted our invitation. It's quite an honor and a privilege as well. And I hope we will be able to learn as much as we can from you today. And I will stop right here. Thank you.
Okay. I think we got up to this juncture. And I would like to encourage the rest of the South Sudanese political entities whom are actually present right here. I seen Brother Dominic Kwaji from the NAS movement and Sister Teresa. Pakana Mom was with us and he left. I don't know why. Probably there is someone from the real SPLM. We would like to encourage you to come up and ask your questions because there was a polarizations against the Jieng Council of Elders in the social media, to be specific, the ClubeHouse, that they are the one actually behind the political demise and the fearless state of South Sudan. The man is here, Dr. Aldo is here to answer you. Just today, he will be here tomorrow and next month and next century, if God will. So please, Miss May and Miss Peace, bring 3 people up and let them ask their questions and bring Uncle Aldo upstairs. And then from there we'll go. Hopefully we will have like about 10, if not 15 questions, and we will end the room from there until we schedule another room. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Attilio. I cannot see anybody who has raised their hand. For some reason, it's been disabled. So if any of you has disabled it, please and
I will
change.
Okay.
Thank you.
Maybe Aldo here, I think.
Have John Uchang join the podium. You want to mute your mic, Mr. John? And we have Samuel, Ustaz Samuel. Thank you for joining us. One more person, and then from there we will let them ask their questions. Uncle Aldo, just to give you heads up.
I brought Jabril up. Jabril is up there.
Okay.
Enough. Yeah, 3 is enough.
Okay, very good, very good. Yes, we will start with John Uchanks. Ask your questions, and please, is a questions, not comments or remarks.
Because, only one question.
No, hang on second. Yes, hang on second. I just want to get the heads up to Dr. Aldo. John Uchang is a South Sudanese. It's one of the people that are preaching for unity and peace of South Sudan. But recently, he went and pulled out the report of Dr. Carol Parker, who is actually Canadian reporters, came up with a report in 2018 accusing the Jieng Council of Elders to change or to be the problem of South Sudan. And he was actually running that room for quite some time. And it's good for him to come up. I hope he's going to be very precise to ask you a question because he was engaged in a campaign against your organization as the Jieng Council of Elders. John, you want to take the floor, please?
Thank you, Attilio. Thank you, Miracle, and everybody. And thank you, Dr. Aldo Ajou. Aldo, thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
I am the person who is having a propaganda against you, the Jieng Council of Elders. Thank you so much for coming. And thank you, the audience and the moderators, for giving me a chance. But today, you have made me really paralyzed in a speech because you are really very honest. You are very honest, Aldo. You are very honest. And I respect you as a father. I respect you as my father. You are really very honest. One more, my question, I will not go far to talk too much things. I am the person who really campaigning for the unity of the people of South Sudan. The Jieng will never change South Sudan. Equatoria will never change South Sudan. Even any community will never change South Sudan. The union of the people of South Sudan will change South Sudan, and we will live a better country. My question to you, as my father, you are my father. My father actually is not existing. My father, Saturnino Ogore, Elatuka, from Torit. I am a son from Torit. My name is John Luko Chiang. So I want to ask you one thing. I forget about this thing, is the tribalism or shunu, de Kalaman Parik. Under NASA letter, I want to ask you things only one. You mentioned about election. Election, we support it. Kalam Talen, Aleta Onusude, and you have really defined, which I have defined to the people of South Sudan. Gali, you are not supposed to be crucifying the Dinkas. You are not supposed to be crucifying the Dinkas. The Dinkas are innocent in Juba. It is your own people who are selling the land to the Dinkas. You have defined it. You have defined it 100%, and I agree with you. There's no need for people to be always talking about it, because it is your people who are selling the land. But I want to only ask you, can you close? Can somebody close the mic? Then I just said a word to my uncle, Aldo Ajou. Thank you. Aldo, regarding the election of South Sudan, how can really people make election in the country? Because how can people make election in the country if million of South Sudanese are out of the country? And if these people want to return back, they will be met with harassment. Last week, in my own state of Eastern Equatoria, the Mari people and the Acholi returned from Uganda, and they were really being harassed by Tiger Battalion. My uncle, election in South Sudan to change the government, or the people of South Sudan to choose the government that they want. How can it come if people are not in the country? And that is why, for me, I'm campaigning in the clubhouse. And my campaign will not end. It will continue. And I would like you to answer this question. Meanwhile, this is not the end. This is the beginning. One day, one time, you will come to the room of Munyomiji and Onyomiji system. The Jieng Council of Elders are not the only elders in South Sudan. We have the Latuka, Munyomiji, Supreme Council of Elders. They are in Juba with you. We have the Bari. We have the Dinka. We have the Nuer. All of you are the Supreme Council of the community. So, I'm not going to talk much about that, even include the Book of Carol. I cannot mention it because I'm limited with the time to ask you a question. I'm only asking about the election. People are not in the country. Since people are not in the country, how can we really make election? Thank
John,
you.
I think you've made your point clear. We'll stop there and then we'll let Uncle answer. Thank you.
Yes, thanks to Ms. May. I think we're going to take the three questions. Sorry, Mr. John. Your message was very clear, and I would like to thank you by disregarding all these campaigns and propaganda. That's what you said in your first remarks, and I really appreciate that. The question is to Uncle Aldo, Dr. Aldo, to answer, and now we will go to أستاذ سامويل. أستاذ سامويل المساحة يعني الآن عليك. أنا عارفك أنت رجل ساهمت كثير يعني، رغم انه في بعض من التجاوزات منك، لكن الفرصه الان متاحه لك تسال احدى كبار اعيان الدين يعني لو سمحت ظروفك اتفضل.
Thank you.
شكرا
جزيلا. Before someone comes, I just want to be very clear, Uncle John, and thank you, John, for your question. I think when Uncle addresses, there are two parameters for that question that was raised by John. One is the insecurity, which is a critical one, and the logistical nightmares of the people in the refugee camps and internally displaced persons and stuff like that. So these two key points, you need to tie them to that question of election. The logistical nightmares and also the issue of insecurity in the community.
I know.
My second question. I want to just add the second question that I
John, no.
It's only one question. One question.
And we will move you to the audience until your question is answered.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, before we go to Ustaz Samuel, Dr. Aldo, I hope you are keeping note of this. There was a question earlier about the report of Dr. Carol Parker, who was actually Canadian. She was based in South Sudan. She put up a report in 2018 that the problem of South Sudan is Dinka. And she accused the Jieng Council of Elders, where she have this account anecdotal report based on interview that she conducted with a member of South Sudanese, including Uncle Joshua. It's something that I don't know if you came across that. You can elaborate on that a little bit before you answer question of Brother John. Now, Samuel, the floor is yours, brothers. Thank you.
Ustaz Attilo, before it goes to Brother Samuel, you repeated twice, and actually in that report, there is no evidence that Dr. Carol that she interviewed Uncle Joshua Dow, but sometimes it can be something that hearsaying or maybe some from other. We would put it this way: if there's a saying that that she interviewed, but there is no evidence that she interviewed Dr. Dow, because the word of that book cannot be the word of Dr. Dow. That's why the other day we asked Michael Crossover to go and interview Dr. Dow if he were actually interviewed by Dr. Carol. There's no evidence.
Yes, Brother Michael, that's why I said it's anecdotal, because it's unreliable and uncredible information came in that report. I was asking Dr. Aldo if he came across that. The reason being that that report generated a lot of discussions and disunity among South Sudanese in social media. That's why it is very important if we can hear from him, if he came across that. Not to disregard, I know Dr. Carol herself breached the code of ethics, professional ethics as a reporter. It's not a subject right now, but if Dr. Aldo came across that report, you're more than welcome to elaborate. Otherwise, we will give the mic to Ustaz Samuel.
Can I come in, please?
Yes, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Brother Tilio and Michael and Simon and Uncle and Grandpa, Dr. Aldo Ajou Akuey, the former deputy of Prime Minister of the Sudan, Sudan that time. Actually, my name is Samuel Peter Uyai. I'm a political analyst, expert on the African politics of Horn of Africa, and much concerned about the politics of identities for the modern and ancient people societies. My question will goes like that. First of all, the South Sudanese as one of the post-colonial state that are facing the problem of the building of the nation and state building, and then this is how the SPLM fail on that to adopt all these ideas. And you, as one of the political scientists, actually, I look for. I think I came across your articles and you are interested in. I think in your last research when you get in a PhD. You know that the most important things about the post-colonial state they facing two things. One, the politics of identities, which is based on on the ethnics, or sometimes the religion, like what is happening in Sudan. It was based on the religion, politics. South Sudan now, actually, it is based on that. And it is a similar politics of the region, actually. It's happening in Uganda, and then it's happening in Kenya. As one of the giant politician and then well-experienced politician and the leaders of the South Sudan, I was surprised that how you can be able to get yourself to feed yourself within a smaller vehicle, which depending on the ethnics body, like it's whatever JCE, and then to come up and saying that you're looking for interest of the Jieng people in the middle of the crisis in the South Sudan and failure of the SPLM as a party, rather than to come up with a big vehicle that they can be able to take all the people of South Sudan for the building of the nation. Is it political, ideological bankruptcy at that time? Or it is what I need a question about all these things, because it's related with something that sometimes we as an African or sometimes as a South Sudanese, the politics of identity is played the role in the central of our political engagement, even in the building of the nation. And as I mentioned, it happened in Kenya when the Gema nation, they emerged at that time, and they've been dislodged by Moi. It has happened also through Obote.
Simon, get to the point. Ask a question, please.
Okay. So these things, why you, as an experienced and well-known politician, as a leader, why just you came up? Why you seen that the JCE interfere in the politics of the nation, and then to protect the interests of the Jieng? Why is it rather that to having a big vehicle that can be able to represent all the people of the South Sudan?
Thank you, Mr. Samuel. Your question is very clear. Your question is very clear. Samuel, thank you.
Of the ideology in
Samuel, thank you. Your question is very clear. Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Ustaz Samuel Swalok, and your remarks. That was so interesting and well taken. Now we will go to Jibril. Jibril أسأل سؤالك بعد ندي مساحة للدكتور ألدو يجاوب, and then we will go to the next group.
Well, this is my turn, right?
Yes, go ahead with your question, please.
First, I would like to greet the room and also recognize that we have an uncle who is with us here in our presence. I really appreciate he being with us. I'm one of the people who always criticize JCs, and I believe JCs have caused South Sudan a lot of pains at the moment. And I will never come to terms with the JC at all.
Can you introduce?
Unlike John,
Gabriel.
Unlike John,
Gabriel.
My question is here. The
Gabriel,
JC.
No. I know your question. Gabriel, can you introduce yourself so when doctor come and trying to answer you, he will answer you based on how you introduce yourself and who you are. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I was. My name is Jibril. You want the tribal introduction?
Introduce yourself and your location. My name is
Jibril.
Jibril Munuzatu.
My name is Jibril K.
Okay. Please proceed with your question, please, Jibril, if you don't mind.
Okay, Dr. Aldo, my question is, the JC was I believe was 45 members formed based on the agreement from all the Dinka sections, and they are mandated by the Dinka to work for interests of the Dinka community. Is that right? And my second question is.
There is no second question, Jabril. There is no second question. We have to be fair. Only one question.
Oh, okay.
Only one question.
Okay.
Thank you, Brother Miracle. Now, I think we will let Dr. Aldo to answer those three questions, and then from there we will go to the next group. Sorry, Brother Jibril, you have two questions, and we will leave it to the next. If there is no more question, I think you and John have second questions. We will bring you later on. But now, المساحة بكون متاحة للدكتور Aldo to answer the question of Brother John and Mr. Samuel and Jibril himself. And there was a question that was lingering there about the report of Dr. Carol Parker, who is a Canadian, put a very nasty anecdotal report against the Jieng Council of Elders as a Manzuma. Dr. Aldo, the floor is yours. And again, we are very pleased and happy to have you with us in the clubhouse. Take the podium, please. Sister Akuey, you want to open the mic, please?
Someone has disabled the mic opening.
Okay, can I do my thing? Can I do my thing? And
okay, yeah, just drop him and bring him up. I don't know who it is.
Okay, thank you. Can I do it? Can I do it?
Yeah, just go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
Also, while Uncle is being
now, Simon Mares, all of us now, let us look for him. Aizol Bishufu, Ejibu Fok Tawal, Bishufu Awal Ejibu Fok. I saw him. Let me bring him up.
What I was saying, Miracle, is
now.
Let us
now now it seems open.
Yes, it is open. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and I want to tell you that I am not getting tired because I'm used to reading and writing. I sleep every day at 1 or 2 a.m. and that has become my way now. I will go to John Luca. John have a very good question because this question, if John was will have this question written, I can even take it to the parliament because the absence of our people is very conspicuous, and that the peace we have, it is one of the difficulties we have because the situation has not been made easy. That is free movement of the people as soon as peace comes. Because we as Southerners, when the CPA was concluded, we walked down the Sudan even to Khartoum. And that actually made it possible to be implemented, and people were enthusiastic about that peace and supported it. Now, because of this gloom situation, the refugees are not coming. The displaced persons are resisting to go back to their homes. And the international community is not in any way helping. So the stalemate is true. Some of the things must happen, and people have to be repatriated and coming back and be seen to be be assisted to start their life again. It is a big population. Half of the population is out. So I agree with the question that this is a big part of the government of national unity, plus other areas which are very, very big, like freedoms and democracy and how people will conduct elections. There is a lot to say about it. This is a part and parcel of the responsibility now of the parliament with the government if we want to implement this peace. So I agree that elections, we are seeing that it would be held in 2023. And where are we now? Tomorrow is 2022. And only 2022 will be taken over by reorganizing the parliament and judiciary. You see? And the institutions that matter, like the army, the police, and other institutions, we are very important to be actually reconstituted and legislations are done. So this one is a responsibility, and I agree with John Luca that this is a serious one. Though all those things, like what happened with the people returning, are happening everywhere. Our people, you may find that those who actually obstruct the people to come home may not be police or the army. They are their own, with their own guns, and they dress like army and the police. We are in trouble here. So this is my answer to John, and I think I agree with him. And we take it as a responsibility also with some of us who are in the parliament. We are in the parliament not representing you, John. We are actually representing our political parties. You know the percentages, and you know the way we were appointed. So we are not talking to represent our own areas. We are representing our parties, which are in the government of national unity. The question brought up by someone about ethnicity and religion and the danger that lies in the midst of people who are doing this. Samuel, I want to tell you that when we actually constitute ourselves as Jieng Council of Elders, we wanted that title to manage, to answer people who are telling lies to the whole world about Denga. And you know that all of us who did this, who always sign, are members of parliament. We have our own constituencies. And our constituencies brought us from Denka constituencies. We don't want to lie like others. The politicians in South Sudan have constituencies in their own tribes. All of you. But if one of the people I know has a constituency in Chola area and is condemning Denka, and I know somebody in the constituency of Bari, and I know what Bari are doing, and is condemning my own constituencies, what do you think I can do? I sit full-handed and wait for the government? We did not come up to defend the government. We came up to defend ourselves. This one did not lead us to be against any tribe. We never mentioned that we are against so and so and so. We only said we as JCE have actually got into the hands of politicians as a scapegoat. People escaping from their own mistake, people who cause war. Now, today, if I tell you the war was caused by SPLM, not SPLM members, SPLM leadership, all of them. Can you deny that? We did not cause it. And what made those people who were removed by Salva Kiir in July 2013. Why did they not talk politics? They actually single out Denka already to mess up and scapegoat their own responsibility that they cause war, they cause violence. We are just a Denka. JC is a scapegoat for the people who are ashamed of their mistake because they cause war in leadership. And they are all here. They are the one running the unity government. They came back and they got their places and they are the one now in place. We are not there. No single person from the Jieng Council who is our advisor of the president. None. We did not intend to hurt the communities of South Sudan. We intended to confront the people who are making propaganda on the basis of lies to move the well. And we actually protected, and you see, when things happen in Yei Road and so on, you saw us in the television. I went to the television myself to stop the Denka from committing anything, genocide. Because we know that they wanted to push the Denka to genocide like Rwanda. But here are JC, very intelligent people, qualified people, and they know how bad genocide is. We stop it and we talk openly. We stop people as politicians, not as a tribe. So I'm telling you that we are not involved in ethnicity like that. We are not terrorists. We have no gun. Some of us have never cocked a gun, by the way, and almost all of us. So you forgive us if you are angry, because the propaganda stage has to be made accountable. Those politicians must account for their statement they spread to the whole world. They should be shamed now, because those who cause war are themselves, because they wanted positions, and because the implementation of the agreement is not going now, and because they have obtained their position they fought for, and they are elected. They want to cause another war because they wanted position. There was nothing else. Let them tell you what did they want. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to have a stand against the Denga. I can't do that. Against the people of South Sudan. And you know, like John Luca comes from, all of you come from Torit. Most of my leaders, as a member of SANU at that time, include Joseph Boudreau. My leader is Joseph Boudreau. You know that. I never knew any boundary between the Tuka and Denka. But for those who actually made the Denka the scapegoat and a stepping stone to well propaganda, no, we said no. Now, we are not any longer. We are supporting the unity government and the agreement. Let us work together somewhere. Let us work together. For Carol, I know this, when she was young, I was a commissioner of WOW. And she came to WOW, by the way. And she came also when South Sudan was divided. And I know that one, from young age to a stage where she is now, very loose and lazy. She's a lady who cannot collect facts. I know her. She cannot collect facts because difficulty. A research person knows how difficult for you to obtain facts, by the way. I doubt her. But she actually joined the scapegoat. And you know the failure of Elder Johnson. When she walked away and left the 20,000 troops, just he was heading, and left the country. He left the country because She will go there and say it is the Denka. And I know her book. So I ask you, John and Samuel, whenever mistake you have seen, we are going to get out of the mistakes. Because what is human being? You can make a mistake, and especially in the public responsibility. You disown mistake and correct it. You cannot become angry when people ask you. And that is what I can say to you. And Jibril, Jibril, I want to tell you that we were not delegated by Denka, by the way. You are right. The Bari are elected by Bari, the leaders. And you know, the leaders of the Denka who are leading the Denka did not appear. We actually made it to call ourselves Jieng for the sake of identification. When we write to those who receive all this propaganda, they know that we are alive here. So you know, when the people were negotiating and the white people were around, they were asking questions. If you do this solution, what can we do with the Denka? It is just what we have achieved. What can we do with the Denka? We were there. And we answered them. We answer everybody. Obama or Turam or whatever. Those Troika. They are, because simply they were not friends to us. They were not friends to South Sudan. They wanted to destroy South Sudan. Up to now, I'm still saying that. They are not our friends up to now. Anna, I think I have actually trailed this one. And what I want to tell you that the questions are in place. If there is a politician who will not want to be asked of a mistake she or he has made, it is not me. It will be somebody else. But I like people who will point out what is wrong with you as a politician. Some don't like that one. Some will react to you. And that is a problem now with us in South Sudan. In spite of the fact that education of South Sudan is higher and qualitative, very clean education. But they are not finding way. I'm sorry. I don't want to go there, but this is the limit I can answer. That the Jieng Council, take it from me, Jieng as a scapegoat for the politician to escape their mistakes, that they went to war. They took the country to war. So they say, Denka, we did not cause anything. We got constituted in 2014 because we were not actually in the scene. I tell you, if I were to sit down and write and then confront the politicians who are calling themselves politicians to govern South Sudan, some of them will not speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aldo. I was quite impressed and flabbergasted by your remarks. This is what I told one of my colleagues, that the member of Jieng Council of Elders need to come and address South Sudanese. The way you have spoken demonstrate not only the responsibility but the eldership. As a result, I would like to thank you sincerely. We will bring John Ochang later on, because John Ochang is one of the South Sudanese activists in the social media, and he was sincere in his first questions. Later on, we'll bring him because I think he will help us later. And I would like to register a special thanks to you for answering the question of Dr. Carol Parker reports, and the way you describe her as a lazy and a loose. You see, that's remind me when someone is lazy and loose, is just like a moose and a loose. When cows get out of control. That's exactly what happened. And she came up with that very biased report trying to divide South Sudanese. And anyone entertained that report should be held accountable and responsible if any atrocities happen in South Sudan. Thank you, Dr. Aldo. Now I will yield mic back to the rest of the moderators, especially Brother Simons and Miyakol and Sister Akuey and Miss May, before we go to the next question. There's a lot of people down here in the room, and I would like them to encourage them to come because you guys were speaking loudly few months and few weeks and last years about Jieng Council of Elders. Now, Dr. Akuey here, and he said in his remark that he's not tired. He's here to answer you. The uncle is well spoken, and if you want it in Arabic or Dinka and English, is something that can be demonstrated by himself. Simon, you want to take it from here?
Yeah, I just want to check in on Uncle Aldo to make sure he's still able to carry on, because I think I realize it's after midnight in Juba, and I just want to check in on him, make sure.
He pledged that he's not tired. He is ready to go.
All right. Okay. In that case, then I think I'm not going to delay, because if there must be people downstairs in the audience, so I'll give opportunity to my two sisters to look for show of hands and bring people up. 3 more people, and can people be reminded to be precise with their questioning?
Okay. Yeah, I think we'll bring in maybe 2-3 more people to question. And please, moderators, can you please keep checking your back channels? Communication and how to collaborate is very important. Being on the same track.
Please sit the mic with us, please.
Yeah. So just keep your back channels open, and then we can keep communicating. Keep an eye on that. So I'll give it back to Miyakol so that he can carry on from here.
Yes, Miss May, if you don't mind, before Miyakol weigh in, I've seen Brother Emmanuel Jawin in the room. You can give him an opportunity to come and ask a question, because he's one of the people that very loud against the government of South Sudan, and in particular the JEC. I think this will be very nice to bring him up.
JCE.
Yeah, I think Emmanuel Jawin should put his hand up as soon as we open we turn back on the notification for hand raising. So we're giving first opportunities, at least to the most activists, people that are mostly active in this room. And please, people in the audience, you can drop any of your questions in one of the mods back channel. If we don't get a chance to answer you, ask your question, then somebody could ask it on your behalf.
I want to get in. I'm kind of quite confused a little bit. I want to know for sure if Dr. Aldo is ready, because he said that his time, he was well organized. His time is a well organized person. That is time that he liked to write and read. I want to hear it from Dr. Aldo Ajou if he want to continue for questions, and I want to know how much time that we want to give him. نحن كمان لازم نحترم الزمن بتاع الناس، لأنه what Dr. Aldo Ajou is doing here يعني is out of his will. وزمن بتاعه time here at the people we are in the Western world, time is money, and for Uncle Aldo time is health, is life. أنا ما أدري إنه زولنا الكبير ده we have to exhaust him out of his will. لو في زول بقدر يفتح مايك بتاع دكتور ألدو إذا بيقدر يورينا الزمن بتاعه والهو داير ياخده. وناس جابوا جون.
He has mentioned, Uncle Ajou has mentioned that he have time to be with us.
Okay.
Can you please bring
if he has the time to be with us, أنا in this wall بتاعي دكتور ألدو أجو ما جاوبوا لي لأنه دكتور ألدو أجو as an individual, not just a JCE, but as an individual was accused to become a tribalistic person. أنا سألت سؤال قبل قلت له يا دكتور أنت لما كنت في السودان وكنت نائب رئيس مجلس الوزراء ونائب برلمان، أنت وحتى الجنوبيين كلهم، والليلة ليه ناس الجنوبيين استنكروا وينكروا يعني مجهودك الشخصي عشان ده واحد الجنوبيين Dr Aldo Ajou ما جاوبني. We are ready Dr Aldo Ajou توريني إنه اتهامات الكاذبة ضده زي ما هو يعني نفى كل الاتهامات ضد الجين كانسل اوف إلدرز and he was outspoken. أنا كنت يا ريت كان داير أوري إنه كيف إنه دكتور ألدو أجو اليوم يقدر يدافع عن جسم بتاعت الحركة الشعبية أمين جسم الجين كانسل اوف إلدرز، لكن هو نفسه اتهموه بأنه هو إنسان قبلي، في إنه لما كنا في السودان القديم هو كان إنسان وطني واحد الجنوبيين كلهم، وعمل فريق اسمه واجومة. أنا داير دكتور ألدو أجو يعني يجاوب للحتة دي، والفكرة ذاته إنه كيف وحدة الجنوبيين ده جاته كيف. وشكرا.
طبعا عندنا نفرين انضموا علينا قبل شويه. عندنا اخونا كارلو، يمكن يكون عنده سؤال، وبرضه جونو تشانغ came up with me, who brought him up. I just want to let the rest of the moderators why did I brought up Jono Chang. Jono Chang's pledge that we need peace, and he was actually pleased by the remark of Dr. Aldo. That's why I want to give him the privilege, because he engaged in a social club, in a social media, on how to unite South Sudanese, despite that sometimes is quite confused, but we have to give him the credit because there's an attempt from him to unite us. So as a result, that's why I brought him. We have Ilman Dandara. Ilman Dandara probably is one of the people that is very vocal against the Jieng Council of Elders. So this is a great opportunity for him to ask Dr. Aldo, and Dr. Aldo is there to answer him. And then we have Ayak and Makir. So please take your podium and ask your question before we let Dr. Aldo answer you guys.
Can I say something or not my chance?
Ms. May, who's first in line?
Okay, since you brought John up, I thought we would have left him behind, but then it's good that he's now up. So we'll allow him to speak first, and then Carlo, I believe, and then Suleiman. The three of you, Makir, Ayak, and Simon, please. I might drop you down for the next few minutes, and then I'll bring you back up.
No negative. معلش. خلي الناس اللي ما تكلموا قبل معلش. Let us be organized. معلش. John he asked a question earlier. الناس اللي ما سالوا قبل خليه يسالوا، وخلي جون ينزل تيت، والناس اللي ما سالوا يسالوا، لأن John is the second question. Let us be fair. معلش يعني.
No, it's okay. I think it's too late. We will allow John to speak. Please, John, make it brief, and then we'll move on to the next speaker.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Actually, the peace will always come through you, the moderators. Aldo Ajou is innocent. He's really completely, the way I look at him now, through my analysis, he's really a person of peace who want to really bring all of us together. Aldo Ajou, I'm really so much happy to be with you. I wish if I was the one really hosting you, we would have peace today in South Sudan, even peace in ClubeHouse. But thank you, Attilio. Thank you, Miracle. Anyway, we are human beings. We have our mistake. Aldo, you have said the truth. You make me paralyzed in some ways. As I said before to you, my name is John Luka Otiang. Ana Mina Olatorit. And I'm the person who really campaigning seriously for all these things. Even the ClubeHouse that you are hearing, I'm one of the people who push on it. And therefore, I want to ask you one question. We book with a Carol Day, maybe we can say this is book with a Kawaja. That Lano Kawaja Okati. We can maybe disagree. I brought it several times for people to analyze. And whether you disagree or agree, we just discuss about it. Like in the Kawaja Okati. Inamabaru Kawaja Bikunendu Shak. They're lakpa to Junubin. They are Uganunta Kawaja. For Takawaja de, Fiaja Muktubi Nakgali, the Dinkas, the Equatoria will organize to invade South Sudan. Nuer will organize it to invade South Sudan. And it has been written not by you. It has been interviewed by Joshua. And Joshua is the chairperson of Jieng Council of Elders. It makes for me to feel innovation, the word innovation, is not attached to a citizen. It is only attached to somebody who is a foreigner. And that thing has really caused a lot of debate. We debate in ClubeHouse. And the other question also that I want to just say, because I'm not going to be asking you more, I'm so much happy with you. You are really a person of peace. If there was really a way of organizing it in a good way, you can even reconcile the people of South Sudan today in ClubeHouse, even in the country. You are really a leader. Thank you so much. But the other question I want to say is there was a letter written by you, and you signed it, you and Joshua Dow, and then Aldo Ajou, and then Makirtiong, and then Pamela. And that letter was since 2015. And the effect of that letter, it is really happening today in the country. We see whatever written in that letter, it is happening in the country. So you sign a lot of things there, whereby I cannot go about it too much, but I will just say a few things. You sign a lot of things there, in which you send a letter to Salva Kiir to implement. That we Dinkas are really under threat. And people who are non-Dinka should not be respected in the government. And there will be some places whereby people will not be nominated. And the Dinka should dominate militarily. And wherever Dinkas are going to work, you have to work to divide the people of South Sudan. If you work in Torit, in my homeland, you have to divide the people of Torit. And if there's somebody who is a unionist like me, who want to unite Dinka and Latuka, have to be dealt with accordingly. And you sign, your name is there, Honorable Aldo Ajou, then Joshua Dow Diu, and Pamela Luong, and Michael Makirtiong Lual. For me, Joshua, I will end up here as an elder. I respect you. I don't like to give hard time to you. We have a lot of things to discuss, and we are ready for peace. The only thing is that I'm so much unhappy. You are a lawyer. You are somebody responsible. You are a doctor. You know very well. If I am a criminal and you support me, who are you in front of the judge? If I am a problem, I steal something, I did something wrong, and you support me, who are you in the court of law? Of course, you will be obstructing justice. And then therefore, a person who supports me will be a problem. But if you put your shoes under my foot, you will be in the safe side. My uncle, Aldo Ajou, you have been together with my people. Would do some just about Ugo. Although they die, we never revenge you. We never revenge
John,
any community.
John, can you ask a question, please?
Thank
John,
you.
ask a question.
I conclude here. So, Aldo, I respect you. Thank you for saying that. Please, somebody is repeating. I know you are recording me.
Makir Mike.
Okay, thank you. Aldo, you answer these things only. The other things of election that I was talking about, it was just only that people in Nemule are trying to return back to home. But you find that people are being pushed up. The issue of talent, you have answered it clearly. And there's no need of disturbing you about it.
John, just put your question. Just put your question.
My question is that Aldo, there is a letter that was written that Equatoria or Nandenka should not be in the army. And it was written by you and those of Diu and those of Makirtiong, and you sign it, and your name is there. It is called Jieng Council Master Plan 2015. Did you write that letter, or it was just a propaganda? Thank you.
Thank you, John. Who's next, Miss?
Moderators, before we proceed, please. Moderators, we must be abide with our laws. لو قلنا سؤال واحد لكل الناس من فضلكم، لانه ليه الراجل ده الزول الكبير ده ان احنا قبل جبناه حسب القانون بتاعنا، وكل الجنوبيين كلهم we should treat them all equally. اذا جون بيسال سؤالين معناه اي جنوبي يسال سؤالين. قبل نزلت سامويل ومنت سامويل انه ما يسال سؤالين.
Okay,
وصلت. Thank you, guys. Please keep an eye on your back channels, moderators. And there are so many concerns about lack of coordination in this. So can we please be
I am just probably going to go to the audience, maybe just to lessen the traffic up here, and then at the end I'll come up.
Thank you. Yes, I had a question in the back channel, which was covered by John. So thank you for that, John. Your question has it's two people have said that you've already covered their question in regards to JCE being a master plan in the issues of ethnic cleansing or whatever, which was written back in 2015. So you have covered that well, and we will move to the next person who's supposed to ask a question, which is Carlo. Carlo, please make it brief and one question at a time. Thank you.
There is nothing called one question at a time. It's only one question for every speaker. Only one question.
Thank you, Mrs. May, for giving me this opportunity to raise my question to Dr. Aldo Ajou. My question is, Dr. Aldo, if you are really against the tribal federalism, as you said, why did you advise President Kiir in 2015 as JCE to divide the country into 32 states? And that order caused many problems in terms of changing the historical borders of some tribal areas, and also caused problem among tribes. And to this day, despite the repeal of this order, it still has repercussions, in particular.
Brother Carol, a question was ends up with a full question mark. You just say why advising.
Okay.
And you are lecturing the doctor right now. We want a question, please, so he can answer.
I know I will conclude. I'm concluding. And to this day, despite this repeal of this order, it still has repercussions, in particular in Upper Nile State between Dinka and Nuer, Dinka and Shuluk in Malakal. Why did you do that? Thank you.
Yeah. Next person is Ayak. Thank you.
Hi everyone, season greetings to all of you, wherever you guys are. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the moderators for giving me a chance to be here and ask questions directly to our elder, Dr. Aldo Ajou. Dr. Aldo Ajou, and he's my wadit actually. Thank you so much for being here. Despite how late it is in Juba, we appreciate you and we appreciate your presence among us. Thank you. My question is, what is new with the JCE? What are they working on right now? And is the group still together? Thank you.
Thank you, Ayak. You actually display a very good. You are respecting the law. Thank you very much, Ayak. Thank you.
We will now move on to our next speaker, Kerma Bill. It's your turn to ask a question.
أول حاجة أنا أشكركم على الإضافة، ولكن يعني كنت عاوز الدكتور ألجو جو يجاوب على ال3 أسئلة الماضية، وبعد ذاك أنا هقدر أسأل، لأنه أنا واحد من السبورتر بتاع جين كانسر في إلدس، وبالتالي أنا هكون عندي سؤالين 3. أنا من ضمن المشجعين بتاع جين كانسر في إلدس، ومن ضمن المدافعين عن السياسات بتاع جين كانسر في إلدس وفقا للمشاهدين للانترفيو بتاع الأعضاء بتاع الجين كانسر في إلدس. فبالتالي أنا بجيت مقتنع بأنهم جماعات يعني ما عندها ذنب بالمشاكل اللي حاصلة في الدولة، بل هم أبرياء، ولكن تم توجيهاتهم إليهم. فبالتالي أنا أتمنى يعني أضيف كلامي بعد ما 3 زي يمشوا، بكون أنا يعني بكون أحسن لي أنا بالنسبة لي. شكرا لك.
شكرا استاذ نبيل، وخليك ستي تايت. وبعد كده استاذ امين دكتور الدو جو ممكن بعد كده يا مودريتورز تدوا فرصه يجاوب كلام بتاع for the people who don't understand Arabic. دكتور امين استاذ مكير مبيل is a part of JCE, is a supporter like myself and other than the rest. He has no question right now, but he would like to comment after Dr. Aldo Ajou answer those 3 questions. And thank you.
Uncle Joe, it's your turn. If you can unmute yourself, please, to answer. Thank you.
Yeah, Miyako, you can drop Uncle Aldo and bring him up because there's some technical issue with the mic.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah. Yes, so it's something normal because nowadays, it's not the first time where we have to face some difficulties. Yeah, you can drop him and bring him back. While Charles is here, someone drop him. Yeah, Charles is going to be part of the next people who are going to ask questions. And I think we'll go with another 9 questions before we close the room.
All of us as the moderators, let us find him. The person who find him first, just bring him up, please, for the sake of time.
Okay, no problem.
I've sent him an invite. Let's wait for him.
I don't see him in the room. Is he here?
No, I brought him up.
Okay, very good. Very good. Dr. Aldo, yeah, you can go ahead.
Yes, now, with John Luca again, John, that letter, I must say, I must say that is a forgery, because myself and several of the people have never spoken on a particular day about practicing tribalism up to that stage, the extreme stage of which religious terrorists. We cannot think about that in South Sudan, John. And you can find that we have compiled many forgeries, including the intelligence, people who write in our name, just to with the feeling that they can incriminate. And that letter, if I sign it, my signature, and nowadays the electronic can actually answer it yes or no for such a right. So I deny totally that I cannot be in such a thing, or anybody has ever spoken about it. Let us carry this letter, and I think if I find it, I will answer it in writing for the people, and I will actually ask our people if there was anyone involved. I know them all. Somebody will be involved like that. It's not. And you know, when we went to Arab Moy, I was the cause to get the elders of Nuer and Denka elders. And Arab Moy accepted it for us to meet. And when we met, we were denied by the leaders. You know, leaders of South Sudan, those who are doing the fighting, they avoid elders. They don't accept them. So let me say, you and me will actually move together to find the source of this letter. It's a very dangerous one. It's a very dangerous letter. We cannot be written by anybody in the Denka community. I'm sorry. And it has happened. But you know, it is, the whole thing was a propaganda to dislodge Salva Kiir by all means. So that was that. For federal system, we were involved. That 28 to 32 states were the making of Jieng elders is not true. The thing emanated, and I'm always tell the truth, by the way, emanated from the parliament. The parliament actually wanted to get the whole districts of South Sudan, 21 districts, and they discussed it. The thing went into the air, and then it was actually got by the government, and they made it together. No one rejected it. It was not a work of a Deng or a Jieng council. The Jieng council who actually who said that they were the one who did it. I was not the one, and I'm not denying for the sake of denial. It originated from the members of parliament, and it ended with Riek Machar by forming 21 states and appointed commissioners. The commissioners which they have up to now, about 21. And you know, in the meeting of Equatoria on the national dialogue, Equatoria came up with a decision that South Sudan in future will be divided into 39 states, 13 to each region. And I think you have heard that one. And there are so many people talking about that. But for me, in the national dialogue and anywhere, I say that our federal system, federal state should begin from 3 to anywhere else. Territories which we identify with them. We identify as Barghazal, Upper Nile, and Equatoria. Up to now, our identity is divided. We still identify ourselves with our own regions up to this stage. So it will depend now on the people who are drafting the constitution and the view of the parliament and the National Conference on Constitution. They may say to take it to referendum, and that is where we are. Let us begin now to suggest how many states that can be good from the beginning, because the United States started with 13 which were countries and even others, but they expand according to the setup, a criteria or what area, a territory that becomes a state, and what qualification is that on economic, social, population, whatever it is. So let us hang on that one. And, we are not for expansion without without reason. Ayak question is, what is new? I think something is new. I said it before. What is new is the agreement. And what is new is the national unity of the country. Because we are not any longer tied together in our unity and loyalty to our country. We are divided. And we must tell the truth. We are not saying one. But what is good with South Sudanese is that they are saying we are one. If a system of government recognize equality and justice to all of us, and the way of life to all of us, we have no question of carrying our country together. So now, I said it before that the stage where we are is not a stage for JCE, because JCE in this one is not going to defend anything. I say we were up there to defend the people who were lying around, who were telling the world, describing the Denka, even the West, things we had never had in Denka. See? And that was the answer. But what is new now is this peace. And we have joined South Sudanese on unity, and peace must come. Our people, 99%, minus people who want positions, 99% minus the people who want to have positions in the government. They say that we need peace. We need peace, we need freedom, and we need democracy to choose our own leaders. That is where we are. If there is anybody who would want to carry on as a Denka, GC, or people who are still hanging out there, the leaders who are hanging out, should come back. And we make a deal just to get correct way of being free. There are many things which have taken place. I'm not talking about corruption, I'm not talking about nepotism, but they are all there. They are all there, and then let us pack them with the war and see how we get out. That is the new position of JCE. If there is anyone else saying that Riek and Salva Kiir step aside, it is not we. And I said this with John Mayon. I said it is not we. It is the Secretariat of the National Dialogue who wrote a covering letter to the recommendations and resolution of the National Dialogue and mentioned Kiir and Riek step aside, a statement which they took from the public of South Sudan. They said it, but we rejected it. We rejected it in the National Dialogue because nobody has the right to stop another citizen from contesting. The steps are that a leader proposed by his or her party cannot be opposed by somebody out there or within the party by their decision. And the other stage is the law that organizes the elections. If you are disqualified not to contest on the basis of having committed a crime or whatever it is, that the law will be. The third is the vote. When people vote and say, we don't elect you, you are rejected. Those are the three areas that can disqualify anybody. So we are not talking about that. We are not talking we are not talking about regime change, because there is no regime to be changed. It has changed since the unity government was appointed. It's finished. It's not there. So this is a hangover of a change. The young people who are saying a change should actually join us inside make the situation better. And actually, as elders, will tell them to form their own party, because the young people are together. They are now trying to get themselves together, and they are highly educated. When we advocated for independence of this country, not many of us were educated. Education was, those who have learned were very few. But because of the backing of South Sudan, at last we made it. And we made it because of the leader, John Garang. Let us not avoid John Garang, because John actually led it and led it properly. And John actually sat down with people, negotiated it correctly, and defeated the other side negotiators. And John was negotiating for Africans to be free in Sudan. They are not free up now. On the basis of what? Pan-Africanism. We rank very high, my old friends. So this is the stage where Aldo and others are now. And I don't think the politicians are talking about JCE now when they are inside here. They are not talking about JCE. I have not seen somebody writing about it, because it is a proven that they actually concocted a position to accelerate their opposition, overthrowing the government, then the government of transitional government that was led by Salva Kiir, the government of SPLM. I think these are the answers. I have answered them like that, and I appreciate those who raised the questions. Because why? Because I'm a politician. In politics, nothing is actually permanent. You don't. In politics also, don't rule out that some politicians can be lead for a short time to get what they want. So politics is an art of the possible. Something possible, you get it as a politician, you become a part of it because it is possible. So I think let us carry on. If we talk like this and we put ourselves like this and tolerate one another, we can emerge tomorrow without hesitation. So I have answered this, and I'm with you. If we want to go ahead or postpone it, it's okay. But I feel like the questions are in place. Maybe my mind is getting exhausted. You see, the age is there also to get some ideas which are very essential. You see, and this is my answer, John. And I see, John Luca. I want to advise you to
that circle. And that was the reason why I gave Jono Chance a second chance to answer the question, because I believe in a man that he may have an influence how South Sudanese can unite. You see, not to disregard your account, Brother Maya calls. I know Dr. Aldo is the last person that can speak about himself. Dr. Aldo is uncle, and is a father, and is a grandfather. He achieved a lot, and he did a lot, and he respects all South Sudanese. And from his answer, you may notice that these questions are very important. That's why I want us to take it from this perspective. Once again, thank you, Dr. Aldo, for availing yourself to come to Social Club and mingle with us and answer our questions and our concerns. And perhaps some of South Sudanese have this scapegoat, as you put it. You know, there is people that fail politically and found Jieng Council of Elders to be the scapegoat. This is very, very important, and that's why I want to keep you here, unless you are tired and you want to go to sleep, until we scale another room. But as long as you still have the stamina to continue with us, there is people downstairs here have some questions they wanted you to answer them. And that's why I want to ask Miss May and Sister Peace to give someone like Selman Dendera. He's from Western Bahar Ghazal, he's from Bongo, from Warab State. Is very vocal in social media regarding the Jieng Council of Elders, and Simon Abui and the rest. I don't want you guys to filter them. And Brother Charles Deng as well, if you don't mind, bring them up, give them a questions, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Achilio. Thanks, moderators, and thanks, Uncle Joe and the previous speakers. This looks like it's quite a good engagement. We will keep checking on Uncle Joe if he was still able to carry on with us. But it looks like it's a great conversation. So as mentioned by Tilio, I will bring up Suleiman Dandara, and I will bring up Simon Andrea, because it seems like there is a protest in the audience that says that proud South Sudanese against JC Council of Elders. So he has put his hand up, and he has back channeled me to be brought up, as well as Charles. Thank you for that. And Suleiman Dandara, please. Can you bring it up?
I cannot see Suleiman. I looked and cannot see him in the audience. So if you see him, bring him up.
Okay, Suleiman, if you're in the audience, please put your hand up. I will put the, I'll open it one more time, just for a sec. Just hang on.
Do we bring 3 people or 4?
Just three.
Okay.
Just three. Okay, I believe Suleiman may have left the room, so we will just bring one person in his place.
Yes, Miss May, if you don't mind, I seen Sister Jumbo is in the room for quite a while, and I sent her a message back channel.
Sister Jumbo, if you're there, please, can you?
Want to hear from you. Aldo is here as a member of Jieng Council. It will be a very great opportunity for you to ask.
Yep. All right. Okay. I think we have 3, right? Yep, that's it. All right. Okay, I'll turn off the hand raising for the next batch of speakers, please. Thank you. So we'll start with our first. Charles, you have the place to ask your question. Please keep it short and brief, because we've also got some questions that have been checked in our back channels. If we get a chance, we might ask some of those. Thank you.
Aldo Ajou is not here. Coming back.
No, he's here. Just ask your question. He's here. He's taking notes.
No, I just want to make a clarification. It's not a question. to you, moderator. And I'm just direct this one to Nyakol. Nyakol, it is good. One chance is better than everything, and we should be, appreciate those leaders when they come to the social media. When Aldo Ajou come, Dr. Lamakol come, and those of Pagan, and so it is good. So this chance, I think it is better for him. And he said it before, he's willing to answer every question. But Nyakol, you are disturbing the room so much, believe me. First of all, you are moderator. There's no need for you to ask questions. For you, all of you moderated, all right? Also, those who are supporting Jieng Council, there's no need like those of McKay to come up and talk here. Give chance to the people who are criticizing Jieng Council. Even there are 5 people will be benefit for this discussion upon. Otherwise,
excuse me, Charles. I believe this is the case. All of most of the speakers that have spoken have actually directing their questions to the JCE. So we are on the right track, please. If you don't mind, just ask your question or we drop you down and we only having people that are asking questions.
I'm sorry. Anyway. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Because if you have been in the room and if you paid enough attention, my brother, all the questions were in regards to the doubts around the JCE and the goals within the country. So we'll ask Simon Andrea, it's your chance to ask a question.
Thank you. But like Charlie Deng said, I don't see Aldo Ajou in the audience. So I'm not going to ask you the question where the person that I supposed to ask him is not there.
All right, just hang on. We'll try.
He's in the audience listening. He's in the audience listening.
He's not there. I go down all the way. I don't see him.
I see him.
Is right there, right next to Charles.
I see him. Yes,
Simon, if you have a question directed to Uncle Aldo, you are more than welcome to ask that, unless, I don't know, you want to see him physically. Why is that? And this should not be a ground of discussion. Uncle Aldo is here. There's some technical issue. That's why he's not upstairs in the podium. He will come and answer your questions. Please proceed with your questions, if you don't mind.
Okay. My question will be very simple because Aldo Ajou have denied everything that people say. Every single thing he denied. But my question is, I'm going to ask my question based on the information from the SBS Dinga radio, where he was interviewed, and he said by himself, I'm not going to talk about the book because the book he will deny that was written by the white and all that. But the radio, the interview was done to him. And according to Aldo Ajou, he said that 80% or more than 80% of the Dinka sacrificed their life for this country. So is it right to say that the rest of the other tribe did not sacrifice themselves to fight for the country? Only the Dinka are the ones that sacrifice themselves to liberate South Sudan? That's my question direct to Aldo Ajou. And the rest I will leave it there. Thank you.
Makarma Bill, it's your turn.
Okay, thank you. يعني أنا أول حاجة قبل ما أبدأ يعني بشكر الأخوة في الاستوديو أو في الروم إذا صحت التعبير، وبشكر برضه الدكتور ألدو أجو، وأتمنى بأنه هو يسجل كلامي ده. سوري. فأول حاجة ألدو أجو يعني الدكتور ألدو أجو يتكلم عن الانتخابات وقال في الانتخابات ممكن الناس تجي تدلي بأصواتها، وبعد ذاك ممكن نشوف مثلا وجوه جدد في الفترة القادمة بعد الانتخابات. ولكن يعني بالنسبة للبرنامج الموضوعي، يعني اليوم إذا يعني هنالك انتخابات بين سلفا كير مياريت وريق مشار، فبالتالي الانتخابات حيكون ما بتكون يعني بالصورة السلس، أو ما بتكون مرغوبة بالنسبة للدكتور ريق مشار، وما بتكون يعني مرغوبة بالنسبة لسلفا كير مياريت لسببين. السبب الأول من جانب بتاع سلفا كير مياريت، يعني اليوم إذا قال هو داير يخوض الانتخابات، بالتالي هيواجههم مضايقات في داخل التنظيم بتاع الحزب الحركة الشعبية، فربما ممكن ما يجي. وبالتالي من الافضل له بانه يمد الفتره لفتره اطول ثاني على اساس هو يكون قاعد في السلطه. ده حاجه واحده. نمره اثنين، بالنسبه لرياض مشار هو الان ما عنده شعبيه يعني واضح في ارض الواقع يعني. وبالتالي يعني ما بيرضى حتى عشان يجي في انتخابات في الفتره القادمه، لانه حيكون ما عنده اصوات. وبالتالي يعني رياض مشار حيكون برضه بيتمنى تقديم الفتره بتاعت الانتخابات. الشيء الثاني البرلمان ما بيقدر يكسر يعني القرارين بتاع الشخصين دول، لانه هم اللي بيكونوا المكونين الاساسيين للبرلمان القومي. فبالتالي اليوم اذا جماعات يعني سلفا كير مياري لو رفض، فبالتالي هيكون ما في انتخابات في فتره 2023. اذا ريق مشار رفض برضه هيكون ما في انتخابات في 2021. فبالتالي هنا كل الايات بتشير بانه هنالك في تقديما يعني بيبغى للانتخابات القادمه هيكون في يعني تمديد الفتره يعني يمكن ل 2025. يعني اذا اصلا السياسه او البرلمان المكون هو يعني نسبه 70% مكون من الجماعات سلفا كير مياري وجماعه ريق مشار، دي حاجه واحده. الشيء نمره اثنين، هذا جو يعني هو قالوا هو يعني في شغل بتاعهم في جين كانسل اوف إلدرز هم جماعه يعني بيدعموا مصالح بتاع الشعب الجنوبي عامه ومصالح بتاع الجين كانسل بتاع الدينكا في صفه خاصه. فالان هل لا زال الجين كانسل اوف إلدرز بيدعم المصالح بتاعت الدينكا ام لا؟ اذا نعم، ليه ما في يعني ما في جيل جديد يكون يعني خلف الجيل اللي قاعد المتمسك في جين كانسل اوف إلدرز الان؟ ليه ما في جيل يعني ثاني على اساس الجيل القديم يعني بدا مصالح الدينكا اذا مضى يبدا يكون في جيل ثاني يجي يخلف الجيل ده؟ ليه ما في جيل ثاني خلفهم ونحن قاعدين نسمع بين جين كانسل اوف إلدرز؟ ما في جيل جديد ليه؟ شكرا.
Thank you, Makirma Bill. I will give a chance to Susan Jumbo to ask her question. Susan, please.
Merry Christmas, everybody. أنا ما عندي question. أنا brother أتيليو عمل لي request قال لو نجي أعقب على كلمات معينة ولا حاجة كده. I wanted to thank this all الأودينس بتاعنا هنا وبالذات أنكل ألدو أجو للحضور بتاع الناس هنا كلنا. فجزء من الروح بتاع الكريسماس ونهاية السنة يعني كلمات بسيطة بس دار أقولها. أولاً لازم ان احنا we have to separate between our communities and politics. دي الحاجة اللي أنا دايما بقولها لنا نحن كجنوبين، إنه communities بتاعنا 64 ولا 75 ديل عايشين من زمن قدم التاريخ يعني since time immemorial and we will always live there. الحكومات والسياسات بتمشي, politicians come and go, but our communities remain there. So it's very, very important to always remind ourselves to respect our communities. الشتايم اللي بيجي كتير على الكوميونيتيز بتاعنا ده is not good at all. التسيس يعني politicization of our communities, as said earlier on by my brother who talked about his research on the Horn of Africa on ethnicities, politics of ethnicities. الوضع الحاصل في إثيوبيا الآن, I think all of us should take a moment and reflect on that. يعني دي فرصة مهمة جدا لنا كأفريقيا كله, إنه the time has come to look into separating communities من politics. يعني ما في زول يعمل له داري يعمل له قيمة أو أهمية يعني قيمة في المجتمع أو في السياسة, then he or she goes and exploits the communities. الحاجة دي بطال. It's not good. And it creates conflicts for a long time between people. And that type of conflict is very hard to remove from among us. That type of politics, of ethnicity, whether it's the domination, whether it's division, whether it's segregation, whether it's favoritism, and long-term damage. فالوصية بتاعتي كل واحد فينا هنا, حتى those who are calling for example the separation بتاع إكواتوريا, أخواني من إكواتوريا أخواتي, and إحنا we have to really work hard to know and إحنا كيف to coexist as people. It's very, very important. والشغل ده بيبدأ من الكير ولا كير موجود ولا رياك ولا بتاع ما موجودين ولا ما موجودين, regardless, we must always take this upon ourselves as citizens, that it is citizenship that defines us as a people. يعني بالحق بتاع المساواة في القانون وفي الدستور كله. this is the وصية بتاعتي, لازم to separate issues of communities من politics. And politics فيها وساخة كتير. There's a lot of dirt in politics. There's a lot of self-interest. People abuse, exploit the communities in order to get the self-interest for themselves. في نهاية اليوم الكوميونتي كله تعبان, لكن بس واحد نفر وأسرته ومنه أصحابه يهول enjoying it. So let us be very careful that we have communities from all South Sudan, our communities who are suffering from this war that we have been on it endlessly. النقطة الوحيدة اللي أنا بختلف فيها مع أنكل ألدو، يعني كلامه كله مقنع وأي حاجة، لكن واحدة نقطة أنا بختلف معاه إنه نحن we as people of South Sudan, and I say this as Suzanne Jambo myself, both Kir and Riek have had enough opportunities من 2006 2005 لغاية حسا 16 years and counting. Over almost 400,000 people have died. الناس دي يا جماعة الناس أهلهم الماتوا دي they yet to get their justice, they yet to feel peace, they yet to feel the meaning of freedom and independence of South Sudan. فهو فعلا كلمة واحدة صح إنه الفيلير بتاعنا should be looked at as a political failure. It's not a tribal failure but a political failure اللي هو الكليك الموجود في الحركة الشعبية and how it consequently الحركة الشعبية التنظيم السياسي والعسكري SPLM and SPLA كل الكوادر دي يعني في بالذات الكوادر السينيور في الحركة الشعبية هم وراء المشاكل الحاصلة في الجنوب دي واللخبطة الحاصلة والكورابشن والوارز وبتاع. But at the same time أنا بختلف معاه في حاجة واحدة على إنه هم أنت لما تشوف الconsistent two figures منا نحن مشاكلنا دي بدأت في الجنوب مما نحن أول شيء ما بيجينا في CPA ولغاية ما الدكتور جارين ولغاية ما الحركة الشعبية ماسكة الجنوب ولغاية our independence in 2011 is the same figures, the same people at the helm of power. فنحن أدينا more than 16 years to manage our country's affairs. But clearly, and sadly, tragically so, as proven by most post-African liberation movements, من Zimbabwe لغاية South Africa حسا وأنغولا والحتات دي كلها نحن لاحظنا إنه في فشل دائما في الليبريشن موفمنت حتى الإثيوبيان الإي بي ار تي اف الكواليشن بتاع الإي بي ار تي اف بنلاحظ إنه الناس اللي كانت في التحرير they are never good managers in post-liberation nations.
Susan, can you please make it quick because I believe we have not very much time and this was specifically set for questions.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I actually was concluding anyways. So basically, I بتفق معه إن I agree with Uncle Aldo إنه and blame should actually go to the political cadres, the political actors. So that's where the blame and the military actors in the country, not on our communities. However, the time has come, which where I disagree with him on is elections. The obvious factors, as stated by many of the speakers before, is clear. I mean, there is no way we can have any elections, let alone fair, credible, and transparent elections. It couldn't happen. It cannot happen because there's a monopoly. There are so many laws and acts in the country that censor people's abilities to express themselves freely and association and all that. So obviously, we cannot give another green card to those same leaders to continue endlessly. And now we embroiled or taken hostage through all these peace talks that were only lip service. يعني ما في أي حاجة ما في أي كلام فعلا في اتفاقيات السلام دي بس ترضيات وناس وقاعدة ولسه وقاعدة. So we don't want any more legitimization. That's where a huge departure that I will have with him on that issue of elections. There cannot be any elections for these two people unless it's excluding them. So basically, I don't agree with that. However, like I said, our communities are innocent. All of our communities are innocent. And we should really begin to build that nation in us, in each and every one of us, the citizens of South Sudan, that our communities are innocent from all this politicization of what's going on and the exploitation and everything that's going wrong in our country. But it is individuals who may be politically affiliated or militarily affiliated in the management of our country. So thank you very much and Merry Christmas to all of you and your families. And we pray for a blessed, peaceful 2022 and peace starts in each and every one of us as South Sudanese. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Suzanne Jambo. Thank you very much, Suzanne Jambo, Ustaz Suzanne Jambo. Thank you for your courage to come up. And really, as an individual, I'm really very impressed that you came up courageously and you come and spoke. وفي ناس كتار جدا اللي هم part of chaos that we are going on and they were down there في ناس Pagana Mom هم جروا كان بيتهموا الحركة الشعبية بيتهموا Jieng Council of Elders. I was actually waiting for Pagana Mom to come and ask Uncle Aldo Ajou, Dr Aldo Ajou. Lakin Pagan ran away. Lakin I'm really very impressed that you come here, Susan Jambo. I'm really thankful and very grateful to you. And also, I will accept your wishes of Merry Christmas. I will accept it personally as a family, as me, I call my own. But there are some confusions that you asked in the Hadi John Garang Kalam there. My question to you, you as a politician, what is SPLM? And what kind of organization is SPLM? And then you can say, Le Kullu the same, and then from there you can defend why you say the same leaders, the same faces are still there. Thank you.
Brother, may I call, if we take this route, I think is going to divert us from the topic. Why did I say that? First of all, I would agree with you to thank Sister Jambo for coming up and weigh in our discussion. I have a lot of respect to her as someone that I see as a political mentor. You see, we have a guest speaker, Dr. Aldo. I think we can put these questions behind until Dr. Aldo finish. From there, if we want to mingle among ourselves to put some analysis to his presentations, we will be more than welcome to do that. But I would like to ask you sincerely, if you don't mind, to withdraw that question to Sister Jambo right now, because Sister Jambo herself have a question to Dr. Aldo, something that we are waiting to hear from Dr. Aldo. Otherwise, unless we can hear from Brother Abraham, so Aldo can come up to take the podium and answer the questions. And I
do withdraw. Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, and Merry Christmas to you and Sister Jambo. Well said, well articulated, and I like the fact that you mentioned these terminologies. Elites. Elites is not the Dinka. The politicians that are actually running South Sudan. I don't care if they are Dinka or Nuer. You are very, very politically correct, and thank you for that, Sister Jambo. Ms. May, you can take it from here to give Brother Abraham and bring Uncle Aldo up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sister Susan Jumbo. Your words are quite precise, and I believe this is one of the reasons we're having Uncle Joe today. There are narratives around incriminating communities and tribes in that matter. So we had so many doubts and questions along those lines, and that's why he's here today. So you're not far from what we are speaking about. Thanks for your words, and Merry Christmas to you. I'll drop you down, and Abraham, please, you're the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister May. First of all, let me pass my special gratitude to all Christmas holidays to all South Sudan are in podium here today and the moderators, and wish you a happy and wonderful Christmas. Now, number two, let me give a special thank and gratitude to Sister Peace, Mrs. May, and Brother Attilo, always carrying that flag, and Brother Marcol for this show today is a life-changing for us, Kadinka. And that's what brought me up here. As you guys don't know, those who have seen me in different rooms, I always come up and I say, yeah, Jama, I'm not a politician and I don't understand anything in politics. Lakin, the only reason I can be given a folk, we were mixing between politician and communities. So I'm glad today you guys brought up this initiative to bring up Dr. Aldo Ajou, and I am grateful and honored to have him here with us today. I have one thing I want to tell everybody here today, and number one, and Simon is here. I see everybody, all these opposition politicians. You guys had put us in a lot of trouble in the name of Jieng, and your excuses all the time. Well, you are a beneficiary of Jieng Council of Elders plans. And we told you, most of us told you, we don't even know what is Jieng Council of Elders. We don't even understand what they stand for. But we know them as individuals. I do know some of them, and I know their kids. That's what we know as a Dinka, but we were not given that opportunity to have a productive conversation where we have two sides, everybody says his part. So I'm glad today Dr. Aldo Ajou is here. What I want everybody to take with him today, if you are here and you're still confusing Jieng Council of Elders with the communities of Denka, this is your opportunity today to ask your question. Ask your question. Because what you've been doing, it didn't make any sense. And number two, as you could see, if you are a politician and you have a politic problems, our elders are accessible. And you just seen it now, our sisters and our brothers, they managed to bring Uncle Aldo Ajou, and Uncle Ajou was open, heart, and minded to sit and discuss with us. So if you have any political issues, you know where to direct it. If I were you, I will start with my own governor. If you say Jieng Council of Elders, plant a Jieng Council of Elders, come out or behind, land grabbing, why don't you start with your governor, your local communities, and ask them what is happening in the community? And when you have that answer and you take it from there, step to wherever you want to go, instead going around communities and blaming each other. So please, politician, this is your opportunity to ask your question. Okay.
Thank
Number
you,
two.
Abraham. Thank you, Abraham. One question per person, please. Just trying to be fair as much as
all right,
can.
one question then. Now Uncle Aldo Ajou is here with us today. I want to know, I think Makeri he kind of asked that question. If his Jieng Council of Elder is still exist and their goal is to defend Jieng interests, okay? So why they don't have a second layer of Jieng Council of Elders to care out of Jieng Council of Elders, Dinka interests? That number one. Number two, we want to know about Jieng Council of Elders, so we don't want to mix up the community's interests with politics. If it's there, we need to be aware and taught about it. When we have discussion with other communities, we tell them, look, this is what we stand for. And we don't, this is a community thing. It doesn't have anything to do with politics. So thank you.
Thank you, Abraham. I think that's a good question. Now we will bring Uncle Dr. Ajou back so that he can answer to your question. So we will drop you back into the audience if you don't mind.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your questions. Can we, please, moderators, help us get back Uncle back to the stage? Akuey?
All right, I see him. So I just sent him an invite. Right.
So,
please, Uncle, come back.
Come back. Yeah. While we are waiting for Uncle to come up, I am getting so many overwhelming messages in my back channel. Some people have chucked in some questions, and some of you are concerned that we should allow the non-Jieng to be the one asking questions. I think we have been so fair so far. Matter of fact, I think we've left most of the Jieng individuals behind, and we have allowed other people, which is a courtesy, that we are doing to you guys. So please look at it that way. Overwhelmingly, we may not get a lot of people or everybody on stage to ask a question, please. And this is take it as a learning process. It's our first ever to bring him here on our forum, and hopefully we will bring him or any other Jieng, a member of Jieng Council of Elders in the future, and we will have more to speak on in such issues. So we are still waiting for Uncle to come up. And also, I haven't forgotten the questions. We have them. Some questions are written in the inboxes, so we might get a chance later on to read some of the questions, and Uncle may have a chance to answer. So, Uncle, it's your turn to speak now.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Are you on?
Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. أنا يعني داير أرد كلام بتاع المكير القصة بتاع elders ويانجسترز وفروع بتاع ناس and age and so on, you know, with African tradition, the elderly people in the community, when there are problems, they don't seek approval from the young people. They assume the situation as it is, and that is the assumption we took to ourselves. So we have no branches anywhere, whether with women or men or young people. Then we took it for ourselves, and I can describe it, and based on emotional intelligence. That's what happened to us. أنا يعني with Jambo is very political, by the way. I know what she is saying, but the thing is that it is unfortunate with our agreement. The agreement is actually a gift to two persons, Salva Kiir and Riek Machar. And you can see their names in the agreement. This is very unusual. Something which was not fixed with CPA. There were no names that John Garang will have such a position. But SPLM will have a position of first duty. And this is what happened to us, because if you go back to agreement, you find that it is dedicated to these two people. How do we pull out? We pull out, they go back to war. See, we persuade them, we are always failing. Now, the kalam, we take it into consideration. But with all Jambu is saying about ethnicity, we have excluded that in our national dialogue. And some of us where the ideas of ethnicity dropped. Even the majority voices were talking about 64 to be represented. But they dropped what we convene ourselves. And I always say, the deaths of a lady is a fact. She contributed very much. See, and all of us contributed. We actually disowned that one completely. So we came out unanimously that any politics linked with ethnicity will definitely fail. We have done that, and I think many people have this opinion. This is what the agreement is about. I said it before. You can describe it as clumsy, bogus, and whatever you see. Very difficult. And when it is in the name of people, so and so will take this place. This is what I can say. But I agree with the most. With the most that what we need, it is a good word. It is very good. I have another question, 80% that I said it in an interview. I might have said it. See, I might have said it because in my area, no family is untouched. And in one family, you find that another family is completely blacked out. Yani by war, mafi, raha kullu mat. So I might have expressed it in anger. I don't know. If I listen to it again, I tell you, my friend, I can accept something I said. I'll not deny.
Doctor,
So I'm not
moderator. Doctor, I'm a moderator. I just want to interject to that. My mother and my father, they joined the movement. My mother and my father enjoyed the movement. What does it tell you?
Yeah. Now, that one, I might have said it in the discussion with these politicians who actually caused war and denied it. And they wanted to push it to other people. That nothing, you cannot say that there are people in Western Equatoria who cause war. Western Equatoria is the most peaceful. But if you hold them, that they cause war. Because, they accommodated the SPLA throughout the war. You see, Western Equatoria alone. Fana, I know how we fought the war, how we came from Nyanya 1, how we were there, how we were in Khartoum. When the young Machar came to Khartoum, that was the time I left. I left them because we were not doing that ourselves. We are effectively finding what we can do to support people who are fighting. But they came and they visited even operation rooms, which we have never did. So I left. You know that I left 1993 when they came. Now, really no more here that I can say. But I say that we are reacting together, and we have issues that came up as a result of war, differences, and so on. And I think every one of us can ask such questions as we have already talked about. I have nothing. Michael wanted me to talk about what I did in Khartoum. But I know what we did together and what we took out of this Khartoum. We know what we did, and we know what we advised to the SPLA. So I don't need to say I did this and this and this. But let me say that I'm actually a part of African liberation. Because as a young man in Rumbek, I went to prison during a boot. And I was released after that. And we know where our movement were organized. They were organized in Uganda, in Kenya, in Tanzania, and so on. We are just African liberation movement. And that is why we say the SPLM is alive. Because all of us supported it. And the philosophy of SPLM is the one of African liberation movements. Check your manifestos and check everything. We are all there. These people who made war and left the SPLM say that they are all of them dead branches of the tree. But the root is alive. The root of SPLM is alive for all of us. And the parties going to elections must specify and must spell out the principles and ideology that govern their parties. because we are tired of SPLM IO, SPLM DC, SPLM. Our SPLM now is called IG. I don't talk about IG because it is not any longer in the government. You see, why do I do this? I want to leave it to children that our roots are in Africa. And our roots, we have to liberate this Sudan. When the Jongaran talk about Sudan, we did not approve of it. But at the end, John was right. See, John was right. You know, the other day when Buran talked about Darfur, Kassala, Nuba Mountains, and so on, and condemned Khartoum that Khartoum cannot solve any problem, I supported him because I'm an African and I'm the underdogs in this Khartoum. And some people are talking about democracy in the street. Democracy of what? To bring Margani, to bring Mahdi sector, to bring who in Khartoum? Who is there? Our people are in the periphery. See? I have dragged you out of the questions.
No, it's
but
okay.
I just want to.
It's okay, Uncle. You go ahead. Yeah, the floor is yours.
I just want to share, and that is, we are actually Africans if we translate the SPLM correctly. But the individuals are there to spoil whatever it is, to make mistakes and whatever it is. So even Madame Jambo, I like her ideas, and I want to persuade her to come back to SPLM. Because the fellows, if they have not lost now, they are going to lose. And you don't need to keep away. Susan, I want to appeal to you that the SPLA, the SPLM is your root. Things you are saying outside, they will not have space unless in the SPLM. Let us pull together, including our leaders, let us show them and everything. We don't need another war. We are not only exhausted, but we are completely pushed into chaos that cannot end. Chaos that we cannot separate. Chaos that we will not settle. You can see how we are doing the agreement. It's 3 years now. It is finished. But we have not brought our people. We have not brought them home. And they are not working to come home by themselves. They are still afraid. It's very serious. Let us come together. And JC have no another space to skip the national dialogue and to skip the agreement. No. This is the agreement telling us that you actually reconcile and apologize and give up whatever you have said in the past and concentrate to bring about peace. Peace can be brought only if all people come together and denounce their past, whatever it is. You denounce your past, by the way. See, declared it in South Africa. Although we did not, we have not achieved enough for people of South Africa, they did. فأنا يعني نحن ما قاعدين هناك as elders عشان سلطة ما دارين سلطة بتاعنا خلاص. The young generation has to come, and we have to support them like this. We are not any longer looking for a position. And that's there to advisor be majan without paying, by the way. I can do it because of our country. لكن السلطة عليكم انتم. أنا لما نشوف عينكم كده في الصورة ده كله, this is you. If you pull together, you can make difference. You cannot begin to be talking outside like this with ideas which matter really. You see, حالكم الجوا هناك ده الكبار زينا وكده ده have already lost papers. They don't read and they don't even listen. They don't even listen to radio or seeing television, by the way. Nothing. And sometimes you find them condemning the social media. I'm telling that whether you like it or not, technology is going to accelerate everything. All in the very coming future, you will not see papers published, and you pick them up in the morning, go to the office and read them. Nothing. All of it will be digital. Everything will be digital. You see? And the telephone, we are now sharing the telephone. One day, this telephone will give you everything, including television. You will not look for a television to buy in the market. The whole thing will be contained. So, with this one, I'm appealing to all of you, especially Jambo, and I wanted for Ghana Move to bear with us. And I think it took off because he's a liberator. You know, these people who are called themselves liberators, I'm a liberator, are pumped for reasons we don't know. Because double in you know, I wanted to hear his voice, and I wanted him to go home. You see, and he can actually agree with some people because he's saying real SPLM. Right? There are fake SPLM. He's right there. But why keep behind and you think that people like Aldo are traitors and so on? We have never been traitors. We have never been. We have been in Sudan, you see, defending our country, and quietly we are doing effectively. What I heard from you, I cannot hear it if I don't connect to young people like this. Because all these things are things that pain you. You feel it. Like JC, you have a reason to be afraid that your country is being divided. If people like Nas Aldo are actually confined to Denga, people like Lamakol are confined to Shala or Law, and so on. But it's time to recognize and get out of all this one. We don't want to promote a thing we have suffered. I call on you people, these young people, pull together. And as John called, they are very extreme as Dengi Ayo. But if they were to form a political party, you see, with the based on philosophy of SPLM, we will not quarrel. These young people will make it, by the way. But keeping away, if another war come now and take time, we are not only going to lose the country, we lose the people. We will lose you. Let us not get to accept any people taking us back to war. Let us reject this one. Let us not go back to war at all. The other day, I was in the radio, Miraya, and the question of national army came up. I said we need a national army. Indum Banadik, or Indum Spears, or Sayat. We want the national umbrella, the army, to come together. And the children, those who are being trained are South Sudanese. They are South Sudanese, and we know the law of the army. In Tibau and orders are the army. Aizol, train, and do talimat. In the army, that is how they are organized and administered. So, they are all South Sudanese. If they are trained, let them all go to the army. Our people seem to be fighting the inner fighting, which is personal. We are also worried. You are looking at it, Jumbo, Suzanne. You are looking at it, but we feel it also. They are carrying fighting. Physical fighting has stopped. But the personal fighting within the government is very serious. Do you think things contained in the agreement can be slow like this? You must know why are they slow? Now the parliament has been actually fixed, but he's not sitting. The sister is the speaker. You, Suzanne, can phone to her and then see question. What is he doing? And I have made extension. I'm sorry for that, but I feel like needing this such extension as tip for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Dr. Aldo. The message is very clear, and actually it reminds me what this Canadian singer said. It is hard to beat the system when you're standing on a distance. If I can put myself in the shoes of Sister Jumbo, Uncle Aldo said it very loud and clear that Jumbo, your place is the SPLM. And SPLM need a reform should start with you. Distancing yourself with these beautiful ideas is not healthy for you and your nation. This is what actually I understood from Uncle Aldo. I have a lot of respect to Sister Jumbo. I'm a friend to her younger brother, someone that I respect a lot. We speak a lot, and that was the reason why I invited her to come up to the podium, because I knew and I know what she can do and why South Sudan and SPLM have her in the first place. Sister Jumbo, if you're listening, it is something that you have to take home and go tomorrow while you're taking a shower, look into the mirror, just talk to yourself. Try to reprogram your subconscious political mind and see if you can help once again the broken SPLM. Ms. May, I think it is too late now to Uncle Aldo back home. If you don't mind, we can bring up 3 or 6 more questions until we close the show and resume next day.
Yeah, thank you, Attilio. And yes, Uncle, people are actually concerned about us keeping you up. Yeah. So what we will do is we will have 3 more questions from the audience, and then we will have 3 very critical questions that have been sent to my back channel. I'll read them to Uncle and he will answer them later on. But right now we will only have 3 speakers. And as I said earlier, it's actually a very overwhelming time for us. There are so many people that want to ask questions. So please, if you don't get to ask your question today, don't take it, personal, and don't shy away, because we will organize this again and we will have more time to learn from him. So as by the look of things, we are so hungry to listen to him, and Uncle is also willing to sit here with us the whole time. But then again, let's consider the time and the well-being being above everything all. So right now I will allow Sister Akuey to put back the hand raising so that we can bring out our next speakers, and then we will go ahead from there.
Yeah, thank you, Miss May and Attilio and Uncle Aldo. I have 2 questions. Is it okay from the back channel. Can I ask them? Because I've been waiting to hear it, and the people asked this at the beginning.
Okay,
is it okay?
I think what we'll do, let's bring the last 3 people. Okay. After that, then we will ask questions from back channels, and that's it.
All right, no problem.
Yeah.
I tried to disable that, and it's not happening. Just give me a minute. It's not letting me disable the hand raise, but I invited Suleiman Dandasha. There was somebody, Jackson John. He's been here. Yes, I see him.
Somebody else was also waiting for a long time.
These two and Natalie Agostino.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have yes, because I think it should be enough right now.
All right.
Ali, can you raise your hand again? I don't see his hand.
Akud, you can bring Salman Dandara if he's there.
I invited him, but he is not coming up.
Then you can bring Yasmin. Yasmin, one of the young ladies that have a question.
Yasmin, put your hand up again, please.
Okay, it's overwhelming.
I brought it up, so let's wait for them to come. Let's wait for Yasmin to come up. All right, I think they can go ahead and ask their question. We start with Jieng and Yasmin.
Hello.
We hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can hear. Okay, okay. Thank you, the audience and the moderators, and welcome, Uncle Aldo Ajou. There's some question I need to ask you, like directly. We have problem in our generation, like, because you know the institution you people have found, like it is affecting us. Like, we have problem now, like the ethnic nationality is affecting the institutions also. Like, we have ethnic nationalism, like in the organizing force, and also in the, it's affecting us in like in the social media and all that thing. Like the JC now, like if you see people now, like they have like a different different ideas. Like they see you as enemy. Like now, like when we come as a South Sudan now, there's problem between like between the ideology of names. Like ethnic nationalism has affected the institutions. Yeah, our institution is not functioning because, you know, of loyalty. We have a lot of loyalty. Like you see, like if you go, like the national dialogue was talking about that one. Are you agreeing of, like, for the next election, the resolution of Dr. Machar and Self-Care to step down, so people of South Sudan can be free, because they have made a national loyalty, ethnic nationality. People are not free now because they are the main party, SPLMIO and the SPLMIG. So they have created ethnic nationalism between their forces, and including now they are contributing. They are they're distributing the position according to their loyal people. So can you answer that? The loyalty is
Thank
affecting.
you. Thank you,
thanks.
Jieng. We will, you ask your question and then to the next two people, and then Uncle will answer all of them at once. So Jackson, is your chance to ask a question. Please keep it short, brief, and to the point. Thank you. All right, Jackson has left. We will bring somebody else in his place. Yasmin, meanwhile, please ask your question. Oh, Jackson is back. So Jackson, can you ask your question? Jackson, I think if your reception is that bad, we'll drop you and we will have somebody else, please. Yasmin, can you continue?
Hello everyone. Sorry, it's just morning here. Just woke up not long ago. So my question was very short and simple. I just wanted to thank Uncle Aldo Ajou Akuey for being with us here. It's really a privilege to have him among us here. What I was gonna say. So I just wanted to ask, like, if there is a new generation of the JCE, so we should form it like a Jieng Council of Youth. I'm ready to sign up myself as Yasmin. That's all. Thank you.
That's after love.
All right. Yeah, Ms. May, if you don't mind, because a lot of people are hesitant to ask a question because Uncle Aldo is here, including Selman. I sent him a couple of messages and he's in the room. I don't know why he's not coming up to ask his questions to support his rhetoric, against the Jieng Council of Elders. With that being said, there is people that message me through back channels. Like I miss a quote. I think Yana Kot she's there. It was one of young ladies from Australia. She want to ask, but if you don't mind, bring her up. And till then, we can close. Yes, we can close the room after this because people are hesitant not to ask questions. But people were loud speaking about Jieng Council Elders, all sort of things. Today, Uncle Aldo revealed himself, and he's here available. And even if he played that, I'm here, I'm not tired, I'm here to answer you guys. And to be quite honest with you, I was quite surprised, why people don't want to confront him. You see?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Brother,
somebody, can someone not, someone please not bring up.
Miss May, before you tune in, I want to thank you all the moderators, and I want to thank you all the South Sudanese people who are listening today. And I want to give my special thanks to Dr. Aldo Ajou, who came to confront and answer all the South Sudanese South Sudanese who are concerning or concerned South Sudanese citizens. I would agree with Dr. أنا ما أعرف ليه أنا أقول دكتور أتيلو دائما دكتور أتيلو إن شاء الله ربنا يكون خليك تكون دكتور لكن ما دكتور بقتل الناس إن شاء الله ربنا يديك العافية. Ustaz Atilo. Ustaz Atilo has said something very important. Nas kundum bamun no sfi Akui Simon Abui was there. Sedaman Dandara at Bitaham Diamond at Jieng Council of Elders. Bardo, we trying to invite him. I did not want to come up today. The Jieng Nomtok. We are not here to discriminate anybody. Ayizul can Bitaham and JCE. Actually, they are our priority to come and ask Dr. Aldo Ajou, and we want to give special thanks to Dr. Aldo Ajou, who volunteered for his time. He's a writer and he's a reader. I can get my writing time and my reading time. I can give it up to the people of South Sudan, and he avoided my question that actually was directed to him, and Ustaz Atilu have explained it. Dr. Aldo Ajou will never be answering something that concerning about him, his own personal achievement. Dr. Aldo Ajou is for the South Sudanese people answers, and I understand that. With that being said, another good Dr. Aldo Ajou is not a Zol, but Jieng is a national figure, and he answered all the. أنا كنت مستغرب إنه Dr. Aldo Ajou is trying to convince Suzanne Jambo for SPLM. أنا كنت ما أعرف إنه Dr. Aldo Ajou SPLM. I did not know that. I know it today. I know tonight. Lakin for the sake of the peace and unity of people of South Sudan, Dr. Aldo Ajou have explained so many things. Ustaz Atilo, my dear sister Peace, and Miss May, I want to thank you for all this good organization. Dr. Aldo Ajou is here to answer all the national questions, and he did his own best. وفي أخواني قاعدين هنا في أستاذ جوك كوال قاعد هنا في أستاذة ياسمين سأل السؤال بتاعه في ميسي لوسي وفي SPLA بوي و HOC طون قاعدين هنا. ده نشكركم كلكم. الليلة يا أستاذ أمين دكتور ألدو أجو الناس بيشتموا كل يوم دينكا accusing دينكا. أنا كنت متمنى إنه درس مع من أخوي سايمون أبوي المبارك كان بيتهم إنه intimidated not intimidated يعني بيقولوا شنو يعني قبال ما إنه يعني أستاذ دكتور ألدو أجو يعمل show بتاعه anticipated بيقولوا anticipated in English. He put his mind, he made up his mind وقال كلام كتير امبارح. لكن دكتور ألدو أجو today he came. أنا كنت متمنى إنه أبوي يجي يسأل دكتور ألدو أجو وسلمان دندرة يجي يسألوا دكتور ألدو أجو أي سؤال ده نسألوا إنه هم شغالين for the interest of Jieng. لكن we have seen إنه دكتور ألدو أجو is not just only for the interest of Jieng, but for the interests of South Sudan and the implementation of peace, and they are for the peace, revitalized transitional government of national unity. ويا ريت لو كان جنوبين سمعوا الكلام ده. وشكرا لكم يا moderators. وانا بخلي اختي مس ماي واختي بيس واخوي تيدو يواصلوا في how to organize this.
Yes, Ms. May, I think we have about 4 or 5 people up here. You want to give each 1 2 minutes before we conclude our room, and then we'll come back to the moderators. Thanks, Salman joined us recently. If you don't mind, Ms. May and Kuch, you want to first just give our colleagues and friends who just came up, and we've actually asked the question can be dropped down before Uncle Aldo answer them and give his final remarks, and then from there we can mingle. If we want to continue all night, that's fine. Thank you, and take it over, please, Ms. May.
Okay, we initially supposed to have only 3 people, but as you all can see, so overwhelming. We have so many people with their hands up. To be fair, we try to keep it at least under 2 minutes. So ask a question, and I believe a question is just a minute, honestly. Yes, Min, you've asked your question, I'll drop you down. Miss Lucy, you have a minute to ask your question, please. And then next we'll have Joke, and the list goes.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, moderator and audience. I'm not gonna talk much. I just came here to thank Uncle Aldo Ajou for taking his time to come and to Clubhouse and answer all this propaganda they've been saying about JCE. There's been a lot of war. I'll call it Clubhouse war, Uncle, about the JCE, and we've been attacked a lot here as young people because every time we're trying to stand up for the name of Jieng, we get attacked. So, seeing you here today and answering all the questions, I feel like, it's better for us to allow, the opposition or the Equatorian or separatist for them to come up here in the stage, and they should be asking so much question so that, this propaganda of saying that JCE are involved with the government and they are the one that, advising Kir did and what's not. It's better for them to come here and ask all the questions. I've been getting messages from Charles, which is the IO whatever. He's saying that the moderator don't want to bring him up or whatever. Can you guys check your back channel? He sent me like a long essay that I'm not gonna answer. I will forward.
We have tried to
I will forward you guys his question so that
don't worry
Uncle
about
can
it. Just ask your question.
answer it. So it's an honor to see you here, Uncle, and I'm really, really happy that you are here. And I'm so glad to actually see that you are answering all the questions for me. I have no question to ask you. I will drop myself. Thank you so much. It's just appreciation. Thanks.
Thank you, Nyanakut. Thanks for that word of appreciation. We'll have Joke to ask a question next, please.
Thank you. Is my voice clear?
It is.
Thank you. Greetings to everyone. Greetings to all concerned South Sudanese who are in the room. And especially greetings to our elder, Dr. Aldo Ajou. Thank you for being here. And personally, I always encourage our elders to make themselves available for our people. You're one of the South Sudanese elite, and you've been there doing your part till this day. As an elder, and greatly you mentioned the call of our movement was a liberating one. And if that was the case, we have not achieved our main goals, and I understand that our struggle continues. Being our elder, it takes a village to raise a child as an African people. And personally from Adinka, I'm one of those people that oppose you, Dr. Aldo, with the rest of other elders from within a section or an ethnic group within South Sudan, given the role that you've all played, given the level of education that many of you have attained, and the political experience. Why was it so necessary for a group of you to choose to only be just you, the Dinka, when we have a country that we are defending, given the sensitivities? And I know you understand, as we all understand, we as South Sudanese, we have a moral obligation to stand against anything that causes division among our people. And given the knowledge and experience that you and many other uncles have, why have you allowed yourself to commit such a mistake? You could have defended every ethnic. We wouldn't want anybody to die. And I base this on me listening to your interview on Radio Denka. Why didn't you, with the rest of other elders, stood together? Why didn't you stand together defending the right of everyone, giving the sensitivities? And I would add, thank you so much for you being here. And we want you and many others to really come up more, because we want to hear directly from the JCE. Many of us as Jieng members are dealing with many problems to where there's a question now. And also I would ask you to also speak to us directly as Jieng people, that we have to end this type of sectioning. I'm here as a South Sudanese, and any life matters to all of us, and we should be protecting every life. I also would want an elder like you to speak to our people, to be sensitive and stop throwing inflammatory things where we say these people have not contributed in our struggle. If a family contributed one member, it's equal to the number of majority that were there. I wanted to be fair. If anybody said fact here, our elder and the real SPLM Pagana Mom stated that your group now has a better position than many other groups. So we'd like to know, where do you stand now with all the confusion that have been facing us? I hope my question is clear, and thank you, for coming, and we want more. Encourage the rest of other elders and our politicians that you're connected with. And when I say our politician, I mean South Sudanese politician. We have to correct this. We're in a very critical place, and we have to save our country. It's on all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Thank you for your question. I will have a SPLA boy. Please ask your question. Thank you. Keep it brief.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. May. Greetings to all of you, and in particular to Dr. Aldo. Dad is talking. Close my door. Okay, sorry. Dr. Aldo, I'm sure you have heard and you've been hearing on numerous occasions that all South Sudanese blame JCE, the Jieng Council of Elders. One, the South Sudanese believe that the JCE have a great influence over the presidency in South Sudan. They blame that the Jieng Council of Elders have a role in all political decision making. Is it true that you guys have this influence over President Salva? And why? Because you are only a body of a particular ethnic group. And why do you have that decisions or this influence over presidency? That's the question that I'm asking. And why is it also difficult for you to form the South Sudanese Council of Elders than a young body only? I thank you.
Thank you, SPLA boy. Royton, please ask your question. And next we will have Suleiman Dandra. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. May. Actually, covered this event on State Media, and I'm receiving a lot of questions here, but which is the question that I will ask is not coming from me, it's come from the audience who are watching you guys live. Uncle Aldo Ajou, my name is Abraham Medin, and I'm one of the Lake State Media hosts. We host you one time in our media platform. This is a very good. I thank you for coming into ClubeHouse to join us. For we have been talk and defend JCE because the accusation our colleague from South Sudan is doing in ClubeHouse and Facebook, social media. This question is coming from one of the person watching. He's saying that the war, as we all know, the war in 2013, he was asking the question, the war of 2013 was caused by rebellion attacks. That what happened in 1991 or not? So that's the question that's coming from that person. So I know that Ms. May I ask my other question on?
No, you can ask your question, Brother Madit, and I like the fact that you introduced yourself to Uncle Aldo. Madit is one of the hosts of the Lake State Media. They engage as well in South Sudan political community. So you can ask your question as long as it's brief. You're more than welcome to do that because we don't want to keep him up. It's quite late right now in Africa. We want to take these questions and he will answer them. From there, he will give his final remarks until we schedule another room, hopefully in 2 or 3 weeks to come next year, to be specific. You go ahead with the question, please.
Thank you, Brother Chilo. This will be a brief. This question, Uncle Aldo Ajou, is about, as you know, I'm from Lake State, from Europe. And all of us know that the crisis is going on in Lake State and where I'm State. These two states have been violent, going on, commercial violence that are killing one another. We're killing one another over there. Have JCE elders, our elders. What did your group at JCE get? Did you guys intervene into this conflict going on in that state? And what up? did you guys stop? Why did you guys intervene? Or we didn't see any article just intervene to stop the fighting on against state and what up? Thank
you. Ms. May, you want to give a floor to Salman?
Yes.
Yes, Salman. Yes, Salman Dandra, I think Ms. May will introduce you, and I would like to ask the moderator to give Salman a little bit of time, if not 2 or 3 minutes, because Salman Dandra is one of the people that engage in social.
But until you just introduce it, please, if you don't mind.
Okay, sure, for sure, yeah. Salman Dandra, Uncle Aldo, is from Bongo tribe.
Let me introduce myself, please.
Hang on a second, we have a rules here, and if you want to override that, it's up to you after you take the floor, Ustaz Salman. Salman Dandra is South Sudanese in diaspora who engage in a social club and social media, advocating for peace, sometimes ethnic prejudice. Is a member of the SPLM's IO, who actually a member of this current government in South Sudan. Recently, Salman came up with a very serious statement, I think out of frustration that the other 63 tribes should unite against the Dinka. I'm not saying that to agitate him, that's something he said. And once you are nashib or advocate for peace, you have to watch your language and what you say, because you will be held accountable for what you're saying. Salman is here, and I would like to give him some few minutes. If he want to introduce himself, that's up to him. And if you want to ask you, Uncle and Dr. Aldo, it's up to him. And I think Bukun Habil Fasil today, because Jieng Council of Elders being echoed in a very negative way for quite some time. And people who actually entertain that are folks like Salman himself. That's why I would like to give him an opportunity to ask you personally. أستاذ سلمان الفرصة أو مساحة يعني الآن لك تفضل لو أنت عايز تقدم نفسك بأي كيفية فأنت يعني حر في يعني من كل اتجاهات يعني. شكرا.
السلام عليكم كلكم في المنبر. دكتور ألدو، تحية لك كبير. أنا بعرفك معرفة شخصيا، وأنا ما بتذكر، يمكن أنت فترة طويل وما بتكون عارفني. أنا من واو، أنت كنت حاكم، أنا شاب، وأنا دفعة جمرت، جيت في بيتك مرتين، أنت جبنا أوراق عشان تقدم لي كلية حربية زمان. قابلتك في ليبيا، أنا كنت ممثل الحركة الشعبية في ليبيا، سكرتير بتاع الحركة. أنت جيت معك البونة والياب سرور ومبارك الفاضل والصديق المهدي. خلينا أقول حاجة، نرى عندي، وأنا ذاته نرى عندي، لأنه علينا فراتيب عندنا إلدس بمعنى ده، لكن أي زول بفوت 50 سنة هو إيراندي بالنسبة لنا.
أستاذ سلمان ده ما فرتيت، أستاذ سلمان ده بونغو، من بونغو، قبيلة البونغو.
كده شوف كده شكل، شوف شكل ده،
شوف
شكل ده، كده شوف شكل الإنسان. يا أخي أنت قاعد في النيل، أنت بعرف فرتيت من بونغو، أنت قاعد، خلي عنده يقول كلامك. أنت ذاتك، أنت أول حاجة، أنت يا جماعة يا أنكل ألدو، الزول ده كان زول بتاع رياض مشار. أنا وكده عرفته، ده زول بتاع رياض مشار، كان يخش معاه في ده، لكن ده موضوع برا، خليه. يا مياكل.
Just continue with your.
Let me يا جماعة، ما ممكن إلا أنت ما لازم نتكلم.
No سلمان أنت وجه سؤالك لأنكل ألدو وبعد ذاك لو أنت.
ما هسه نجاوب شنو؟ زول بيقول لي أنت ما بونغو، أنت فرتيل. يعني نخلي الكلام ده نمشيه يعني مش الموضوع ده.
That's his opinion. That's right.
ما ده ما محتاج للراي، ده قبيلتي، ده ما محتاج راي. قبيلة زول محتاج. هسه أنا لو قلت له أنت جلابة، ده راي؟ ما هو جلابة بالمناسبة، بالنسبة لي هو جلابة.
Okay, Suleiman, this is what I would like to say. Apologies on being interrupted. Please continue with your question.
Uncle Aldo, أنا ما جاي أسألك من كلام من راسي. أنا زول بتاع حركة شعبية. أنا وصلت مرحلة بتاع NLC، عضو بتاع NLC. صادقت على الاتفاقية بتاعت نفاشة ده، وكده عملوا عليه مصادقة في رومبيل. دكتور جون ناداني، لو أنت راجعت الأسماء بتاع الناس الصادقوا على الاتفاقية بتاعت نفاشة أنا اسمه موجود، لأنه أنا حضرت المصادقة بتاعه في رومبيل. لو سألت سلفكير بيعرفني كويس لأنه جلي بيلقاني. أنا لحد شهر 11 فات أنا حركة شعبية، لأنه أنا عندي 31 سنة في الحركة الشعبية. خليني أقول لك كلامي كزول كبير. جنوبيين ال 63 قبيلة زعلانين، ما زعلانين كلام ساكت. حتى وكده ده بقول الاتيليو بقول لي قال أنت ناديت عشان واحد جنوبيين ضد دينكا. ده ما كلامي، ده كلام أنكل ألدو. قال هم مكونوا اسم شنو جريتا بارغزال، وكده هم شافوا مشكله جايه لمونجا، هم جدوا زول بتاع فرتيت، وهم جدوا مش كونوا جريتا بارغزال بس، كونوا جريتا بارغزال وكونوا جريتا على استوايه، وناس ابر نايل شلوك ونوير رفضوا. يعني هم المبادره بتاع توحيد الجنوبين ناس انكل ألدو بدبو، وانا بشكره في الكلام ده رغم انا ما بعرف الفرتيت اللي كان في الموضوع. لكن
stick to the question please سليمان.
ما انا دار نجاوب كلام كيلو ده والكلام اللي قال. انا قلت انا دار نجمع 63 قبيله ده. ما انتوا تجيبونا هنا لازم تسمعوا كلامنا يا جماعه. ما لما تجيبونا هنا تسمعوا كلامنا، ما تجيبونا هنا عشان قال نسال. وبعدين لازم نجاوب كلام كيلو ده. انكل ألدو في الشريط بتاعه قال، انا حافظ الشريط، قال ان احنا كونا جريتا.
يا استاذ سليمان don't be angry.
انا ما زعلان يا جماعه، ما دار نجاوب كلام كيلو ده بعدين نسال سؤالي. انا ما ده ما كان كلامي. كلام انا دار نوعي 63 قبيله دينكا، ده ما كان كلامي. لكن لازم نجاوب كلام كيلو ده بعدين نرجع لانكل ألدو نسال سؤالين اللي انا جايبه. وكلام انا قاعد نقوله ده انكل ألدو قاعد وبيجاوب. كان في كلامي ده فوق غلط وبيجاوبه. وقال في الشريط بتاعه ان هم كونوا جريتا على بحر الغزال الكبرى، ولما يكونوا جريتا بحر الغزال الكبرى يا مياكل انا بكون قريب لانكل ألدو وتيليو اكثر منك.
يا استاذ سليمان
خليني نتكلم يا اخي، خليني نتكلم يا اخي، نرد للزول ده. ما خليني يا جماعه يا انكل ألدو. لو ده موضوع انا بنزل، انا ما مجبور اني اسمه شنو. انا ما جاي نشاكل مع زول، انا جاي نقول كلام المذيع الجنوبيين يا انكل ألدو. انا جاي نوريك كلام المذيع الجنوبيين. let me tell you the right thing. انت هنا عندي وانا عندي. المفروض في بنمونجا لما نزول عنده كيس بدوا له فرصه يتكلم. انت اتهمتني يا كيليو بانه انا داير نوحد جنوبيين في بنمونجا، لازم انا نبرر نفسي قدام جنوبيين قاعدين.
يا سليمان اكيلو.
This is what I would like to say.
اوكي خلاص كده دقيقه. خلاص خلي نرجع لسؤالي. خلاص خلينا نرجع لسؤالي. يس خلينا نرجع لسؤالي يا انكل ألدو. عشان قبل ما نسألك، أنا حركة شعبية لحد شهر 11 ده. مؤمن بحركة شعبية ومؤمن بدكتور جون. وفي أي زول هنا في جون ده شاكلت مع ناس كتار رجاوين تريزة منو في موضوع بتاع حركة شعبية. أنا مؤمن لأنه أنا عسكري. أنا عسكري في الجيش الشعبي، وواحد من أميز الضباط بتاع التوجيه المعنوي. لكن وكده أنا سميت شريط بتاعك أنا حافظه. وكنت سمعت صوتك حيوان مات. انا بقيت مجنون، لانه انا اخويا الصغير اخر لبن بتاعي مات في بور. اختي اقبل في استراليا حارب. اخويا والدندره حارب. انا في حركه شعبيه ما غيرت من تزين. من سنه تزين انا دخلت حركه شعبيه ما غيرت. ما اشتغلت في حكومه اي حاجه، ما بعرف حاجه غير الحركه الشعبيه. لكن كده اسمع كلام ده، يلا اسمع كلامك اللي انت قلته، وبعدها انا بسال سؤالي. خليني تسمع انت بنفسك عشان ما يقولوا المونجان هنا، ما يقولوا نازل قاعدين يقولوا كلام من راسهم. اسمع الكلام ده. Now we got
people fought for. Take it as from 1991, don't remain alone. And the Denka community who got everything and brought it. Now we don't want anyone something to deal with that. And because of that, that's why we
Yeah, but okay. Yeah, here.
Are you done, Salman?
يا بس يا خليه يسمع بنفسه اسمه انت اسمه
then now without forming themselves and they get bigger Congress.
We can hear it. We cannot hear it, Suleiman.
They find among kids in educated.
Put it up more.
Young people will not be out because they are in school, because they are in but whatever they have, they will be there because of their culture to play. So there are a lot of things in culture the young people can take care of, including the writing of language, teaching, poetry, all these dances, and everything that reflects people to their real organization outside the zone.
Okay, Honorable, that's why I think a man, Jieng Council as well as doing that. And I got you will like nothing a man got a thing and Jamam when you take the chairman of Jieng Council of that. When I talk to him, I tell you that Jieng Council of that, I'm not going to I want to get the Jieng. So, for example, on 10 get my gun, and the Kini got a close connection. One of the Jieng Council of that. Jieng Council of that is always I talk a jam, I want to run it. I think when you quite a bit, I jam about foreign intervention and how you want the EU, that's a political situation. I know quite a jam when the council of understand the reform by politicians of their own. You will like a quite a website, no quite because they are quite against the council of
Excuse me,
Salman.
بخليه جماعة اسمه ده ما تسمعوا كلام كله ما تسمعوا.
No. Salman, what you're doing, actually, you're taking the room to listen to some interview.
I have moved him to the audience because he cannot come here and think he will drive the show. We will allow Uncle Aldo to answer the question that have been asked. There were more than 5. I think it's a little bit too overwhelming. So he may answer first before we ask questions from the back channel, please. Thank you. Uncle Ajou, it's your turn to enter.
Thank you so much. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. In fact, the questions, some of the questions date back to number 1, I told you. Stage 1 was war. And in war, there is fighting, physical and intellectually. They all go together, propaganda and everything. Now, this stage is what we have passed. Because if we want to investigate all those people who were in war, we were actually, I tell you, I can say it anytime, that our mission was to defend the government against the rebellion. The rebellion was designed in such a way that it is directed to Denga. So whether you bring my voice or not, my position at that time, I cannot get away from it. The other thing is that we did not cause war. It is a lie. Because you know very well, and this is Salman, you know it very well, that the question, what caused the war? The war was caused by division of leadership of the SPLM. And that leadership divided into two in the government. And Salva Kiir removed the group together on 27th of July 2013. That group organized itself. And you know the confrontation that happened on the 6th of December, press conference of Riek Machar, on the 9th of September, of December, press conference from Waniga. All was a dispute that led to the on the 15th of December. They went to war. We didn't really anticipated that there was going to be a fight among South Sudanese so soon. But what happened, my friend Suleiman? What happened in Juba? If you are a soldier of SPLA, you must know who did the damage in Juba. If there were people killed in cold blood and they were done by Denka, you must know them. And by the way, we know them. If they can be tried, they can all be with yourselves as SPLM and SPLA. No party will be associated with it. No tribe that will be associated with it. And you know what happened thereafter in Bo. You know what happened thereafter in Malakal. You know what happened at that time in Bentiu. You know it. How many people were killed in revenge? And was revenge on who? On the Dinka. Now, you people are taking the matter one-sided. If you want to investigate this war, don't take it one-sided. You take it overall because the law must get its own space. But if you think that it is actually Jieng and nobody else, you are mistaken. And we have proved it to the world that the Jieng Council was not the cause. The Jieng Council was formed thereafter based on reaction, like anybody. Because they were accused to be the people running the government. I want to tell you this, who caused the war and who signed agreement thereafter. The same people as Suleiman signed this agreement, and the same people as Suleiman are the members of the unity government. The Denka has no share in the percentages prescribed by agreement to belong to SPLM, SPLM-IO, and other parties. Why don't you take things in this basis? I tell you, our group can actually take the case to anywhere you people like it. And we can defend ourselves, and we can defend some of you. Some of you, we can put them in prison. We know who are guilty. And that is not what we are. We are accepting a political resolution of the conflict. Because we know the resolution of political conflict does not harbor crimes. They are not criminal cases, but they are based on political justice, not criminal justice. And that's why all those people who committed crimes some of them now are ministers. You see? That is, you must know this. And nobody can accept the guilt to be transferred to a weak person out there and say Denka. We are not going to accept it. And that's why we are boldly facing anybody. Because we know who are the criminals of this war. By the way, we know who are they. But have you ever found that we are talking to charge anybody? No, we are not charging anybody. So let me say, the agreement provided that all this must be put at the back so that we put the country together. But if you are still pointing fingers to us as JCE without pointing another figure to others we know the participation in the war, then you are wrong. We will answer you boldly. Don't think that we are going to submit to anybody. Nothing. But we submit to peace. And only peace that can allow us to reconcile. But if you want to make a showdown with the Denka, we will not allow. Because what are we? We are this community that compose this country. You see? And each of us must be free and must get their rights. We are not actually encroaching the rights of others. So, Suleiman, Al-Gisa Bitagda, Shilumak, Kaligmak, Kalimak, Lanu Inta ma Dar Salam. Inta Bugul Askari Bitayas Fiale, Inta ma Daru. Ulo Inta ma Daru, Inta Belga Zol ma Daru. Ugulek, Jet Jet. Ma Filea Figisa. Yani Inta, Fiwa Pidar Balanda. How many people were slaughtered there?
He's from Tony.
Dr. Aldo, Zoloma Balandao, Zola Bonga, Women Bongo, وكان ذلك حكومه وكان في حكومه زول ده لما طلع من الحكومه وكان زول والمدود كان بقاو زول سيرفيسز في تون قام سرق قروش معلش ام مودريتر عشان الدو اجو يقدر يعرف الكلام ده منو الدو زول ده كان سرق قروش في تون لما جابوا رزق زكريا اللي كان والي بتاعت غرب بارغزال جاء عينه ودار يكون وزير لكنه زول ما خريج بتاع جامعه قام عينوه زول بتاع خدمات في وزاره الاسكان في واو قام اختلف مع وزيره كانت اصلا موجوده هناك ولا كان واحده موجوده في وزاره في $5,000 الزول ده is a part of the government himself وقاعد يقول زول بتاع ريك مشار قاعد في جوبا عشان نديك خلفيه عن سلمان دندر سلمان دندر ما بلنداوي هو بونغاوي
انا I very clear. أنا يعني قصة ده أنا بكلي very sure يا سليمان. لكن أنا بس ده أوريك عشان أنت ده لو عندك عدالة في دمك ده عدالة دي لازم يشمل الناس كله. ما عدالة جزئي. There is no justice in يعني partial justice. No. ما في كلام زي ده. أنا بخليك لو انت بونغو انت من تون وبونغو وين؟ بونغو في بوسري ما في. ده كلام بتاع سليمان. انا داير كلام بتاع جوك. انا دايرك ما تقول انه you are ashamed of us.
برضو يا استاذ يا دكتور جوجدا من ابيعي هو من ابيعي جوجدا هو من ابيعي
انت يا جو ما تقول you are ashamed on us. انت you have to be ashamed on the politicians of ابيعي ذاته المشى rebellion وابيعي لسه solution ما and you embrace rebellion انت and they went to rebellion. We wanted to protect the country. Asada, البلد ده باقي شويه بس لو ارسل فيه اي طلقه ثاني البلد ده will actually يعني splinter. ما بقعد في جوبا، ما بزول بقعد جوبا يا جوك. let me tell you لانه people are very much divided. شغلنا كله we want to close the gap, this division. Some are relatives, you see, and sometimes without exaggeration بتاع Thomas Rilo أنا بقول أنه maybe Equatoria has something to say. Equatoria has something to say لأنه أنتوا النيلوتكس القصة بتاعكم قصة داير وقت عشان الناس تتكلم فيه. You don't respect others and you don't respect rights of others. الشغل اللي في جوبا ده كله ده فيه نيلوتكس كله، فيه دنكا، فيه نوير، وفيه شلو. التوتر ده بتعمله. فأنت be shame of what is going on with your community في جوبا ده. They respect nobody. And this is, you should say, you must be ashamed on that. Lakin, you are ashamed because we are answering as leaders. We took up.
Dr. Aldo, before that, في أبناء من أبناء individual في أبناء معلش دقيقة بس I'm moderator I can interject. Yeah, Dr. Aldo, on despite إنه هو في community في جوبا في أبناء من أبناء أبيي الليلة ده عندنا فيديو وأعطيله ده شاهد بناضلوا بيقول أبيي ده 100 تابع للسودان. خليك من الجوك يجي يتكلم إنه يقول لنا جين كان celebrities shame on themselves. And also كلام تاع دكتور لوكا بيونغ اللي بيقول إنه في حكومة جعليين في جوبا. ونفس الدكتور لوكا بيونغ بيقول على إنه المسيرية ودينكا نوك يعيشوا حياة سلمية. نفس الشيء برضو دكتور فرانسيس دينغ بيقول برضو اللي هو عضو معكم، ناس بيقولوا عضو معكم في جيين كانسر فالدس، بيقول انه جيين بتاع بيي يعيشوا حياه سلميه، في حين انه المسيريه هم بيقتلوهم. انت واصل في الكلام بتاعك based on that what I just said. I want you to wrap up.
انا داير اقول انه يا جوك انت if you want to feel shame and that is your mission to feel shame, I advise you be shame of Denga, Nuer, and the law. They are the key problem now, even in this war. Munu jab al-habda, munum. And you know, your own colleagues, بيكلموا كيف. انت ده تفتكر انت ان يعني اكواتوريا بقبلك لو ما في solution؟ ما بقبلك. وناس مذكال برضه ما بقبلوا لو ما في solution. Because we are 3 legs in one country. Please take it from me. We are just 3 legs and we must accommodate ourselves on the constitution. لكن قصة ده أنه you are shame because of us. يا أخي be shame لو في حاجة going on in South Sudan, even this corruption أنت بتتكلم فيه ده it is actually a thing that covers the whole Africa and all this. أنا داير أقول لك الحقيقة أنه let us actually get things reconciled, forgive one another, put all these things into store, because انت بكون مشاكل لأجيال جاي. This is history. Many of you now are saying lies for research. The researcher who will come will pick you as the people who have put the South in difficulties in 2 years only. وناس سليمان يقول أنا بتكلم معك كSPLA. بيقولوا كده. We are liberators. What is it? The mess coming from where? Coming from you people. Anna, I want to stop here. I don't say this in order to carry forward the JC any longer. because there is no issue the JC is going to advocate. The JC was advocating against the fact that the government is a Denka government, when it was not. Salva Kiir, who fought since 1962 to the end of 2005. None of my give now. And then they say this is Denka government. Now, when they came back, they are there. They are there. Most all of them are in the cabinet. You don't see them in a Jieng council because you want to continue the war. Ana ya jamaa itu al-Denka al-kalam to da. Get to your community and see what the Equatorial is complaining about. As Bagar Butakum. Recklessly, you are releasing Bagar Butakum at random because you are strong. Al Gisa Bitad lands in Juba. You want to snatch anything by force, and you don't respect them. What do you think? You think that this is.
Dr. Aldo,
wait.
Thank you. Let Uncle finish.
Dr. Aldo.
Aywa. أنا معك.
يا جماعة دقيقة خليه يكمل ده سؤال بداية. دكتور عبدو سلامة
ما يكون.
يا جماعة دقيقة خليني نسأل سؤال بس ده سؤال بس. يا جماعة I'm a moderator. أوكي يا دكتور عبدو السلام الموجود هسه حاليا ده السلام الموجود هسه حاليا السلام يا جماعة يا اخواننا دقيقة خلينا نكمل السؤال للدكتور. السلام الموجود هسه حاليا ده انتم مشيتوا كجين كانسل اوف إلدرز وانتم مشيت ناديتوا نوير كانسل اوف إلدرز وجيت قعدتوا وانتم قلتوا يا جماعة انه الحرب الدائرة دي ما بين نوير ولا مع دينكا لانه الجماعة كانوا رفعوا السلاح كانوا وجونا في امريكا قالوا دينكا بيقتلوا في الناس لكن انتم مشيتوا كجين كانسل اوف إلدرز مشيت ناديتوا نوير كانسل اوف إلدرز مشيت قعدتوا مع روب موي قلت لهم يا جماعه الحرب دي ما بين قبيله النوير ولا قبيله الدينكا انتوا بقيتوا انتوا بقيتوا السبب بتاع السلام الداير ده ولا دخلوكم في السلام والجنوبيين لما انتم مشيتوا عشان تحقنوا الحرب دي كانت ما بين النوير ودينكا كانت حرب اهليه ما بين سياسيين لكن انتوا حميتوا كل السودان عشان جنوب السودان ما يكون في حرب. الناس ليه ما قدرنا يعترفوا بالحاجه انتوا جبتوها للسودان لانه ليه لما حقنتوا الحرب ورثوا العالم انه الحرب دي ما بين الدينكا والنوير وما في زول nobody want to acknowledge that. ده سؤال بتاعي لكم. شكرا.
ايوه انا في كلام ده نحن we actually do not accept as communities that we have caused war and the war is ours. We have history. We fight ourselves as and be treated like that. But when it comes to the end, I told you that you have something to pay. Something don't single out. No Equatorial will accept you because you are blaming Jieng Council. They know the facts. But they use these facts because they are fighting. They know who is guilty. And they know who is actually Zola Arami, Menu. فإتو don't try to get out of this. Al-Gissa Asad. The history has people to blame. وبعدين شوف أنا كتبت كتاب title Bitao Evolution of the Sudan People Liberation Movement, SPLM, from 1983 to 2016. Do you know what I said there? The inner fighting of leaders of SPLA, leaders of SPLM, starting from 1983 to this date that I'm talking with you. The people here must actually get out of it. فنحن نكون زيادة لكن ده ما ميشن بتاعي. أنا هسه بقول لك شو السؤال القبيل بقول عنه انتوا هسه بقيتوا تعملوا شنو؟ الشغل بتاعنا هسه if we are still meeting is to support this peace and to tell our people to reconcile. ونقول لهم يا جماعة يعني انتوا the Bishop of Canterbury and the Pope, people who represent 2,000 million people, went down to your feet and kissed your feet. And when they kissed your feet, they actually kissed the soil of South Sudan. Because the soil of South Sudan, you took it there under your shoes. And you ignore this, and you still unreconciled. We have to see that they are reconciled in South Africa way, through truth and confession, so that we get out this one. But if you think that you are dwelling on JCE, this is a gone case. Let the history condemn JCE. That is historical condemnation. Get yourself and write history and condemn JCE. And I am telling you, no another member tomorrow from JCE that will tell you we are out there to fight. Fight who? The war has stopped. But the thing is inside. People are not reconciled. I'm talking in Juba, my friend. They are not reconciled. They are still fighting. And that is why our peace is not moving. What is difficult there in our peace? There's nothing. Is there anything difficult?
دكتور الدو انتوا ما بتحسوا بانه جنوبيين ظلموكم كجين كانسل اوف إلدرز انه انتوا يا السبب بتاع السلام جاب الاتفاقيه بتاع 2018 ده ما بتحسوا بانه ظلموكم انتوا يا السبب انه جبتوا السلام وانتوا حقنتوا الدماء وما يكون في موت ثاني ما بين النوير ودينكا ويكون ما في حرب في جنوب السودان. شكرا.
نانو كل communities in South Sudan, if they are left really to investigate into these issues, and including Suleiman, we will put you all in prison because you have defaulted and you have brought the country into crisis like this. Now, where is our nationalism that brought us to vote in referendum? It is losing. It is losing because of your war. And Southerners, where you can see when the SPLA came to Juba, that carpet from nowhere to everywhere. Is that the spirit now is there? What has killed it? Let us take things in order to come back and resolve them on the merits that went wrong. You had Angelo Beda in the National Dialogue. He said, what went wrong is the answer we are, that is the question we are seeking its answer. What went wrong? So, the JC, let me tell you, and nobody else will dispute my thing, is out for peace. Peace which is genuine. Peace that will actually bring South Sudanese together. Is there any person who owns South Sudan that can actually take South Sudan to accept the direction? Is it Denka or Nuer or anybody? It is all of us. and to our constitution that will actually keep our country together. It is our army that will keep our country together. It is our economy that will keep our country together, and it is actually our own development and services equally to our people, and employment, which is just for people to compete for a position. Now, can you tell me, are these positions in Juba, where they actually, I don't know, there was notice that people compete? There are people with very good certificate and technical know-how. They have no place. Is that the thing you say it is JC doing this, and you leave people near you there, Ya Suleiman? The kalam minu beqbal kalam there. Huh? Anna, I want at the end to say to South Sudanese, the time is up to correct ourselves and correct our country, and reverse our country into a route that will bring us to our own respectful, because politics is reflected by what you do internally. It is what reflects the foreign relations. We want, Ya Jama, to condemn ourselves and come up with solution to retrieve our country. Our country is slipping away from our hands. It's going away. That is, as elders, you will get this cry in every community. What I'm saying, you as an elder now, you will get it in every community, that they are praying, see, for this country to get back to itself. And I want to tell you, when they run to Khartoum we have lived in, are they friends to us? Are Africans free in Khartoum? Are we free here with Khartoum creating problems for us? Let us be sound. That is what I'm telling you, but I'm not dictating you. I am actually going back. Whatever JC has done, if it is a mistake, the only mistake I don't accept is that I was defending the country from people misleading South Sudan into collapse. I do not intend to be against my own people. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's what I have to say.
Thank you, Aldo. It was actually a very remarkable contribution, and I'm quite disappointed and sorry for interruption that happened a while ago. We are about to conclude our room, but Salman was interrupted a while ago, and I know Salman Dandra is a member of the SPLM, and even he was contradicting himself. He's a guy that used to call for unity, and for whatever reason, he came up to call for this unity of South Sudanese. Something that he should be held accountable to that. I don't know if, for the rest of the market, if you don't mind to give Salman 1 minute to finish his thought, because he messaged me through back channels, and Dr. Aldo said something. Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
Okay, halas, yes. I will.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Miss May.
Halas, okay, yeah, you guys can carry on from now, and let's.
I think we just you moderators closing, and I will remark it in the end. Uncle, he really appreciate it. There's a lot of Juba. This is not fair. So I think we will start with the ladies, and then you guys, and then bring it to me. We'll conclude.
Could you go first?
Could go ahead, please.
All right. I just want to thank the audience, 251 people, for the time they gave us. And above all, I just want to thank Dr. Aldo Ajou. I didn't do an introduction of myself, but that's for another day because it's getting late.
You've got 1 minute. Just do it.
Okay, yeah. I've been using the name Peace, so he probably don't know me, but my name is Apuch Riak. If you know Dr. Isaac Chwer Riak, that's my dad. And Dr. In Riak, those are my parents. Yeah, and they're well known in South Sudan. So I just wanted to let you know that. Thank you so much for the time and for giving your answers in a very elaborate. And I hope that has clarified a lot of things about JCE. And I hope South Sudanese are willing to put this aside and not use it as an scapegoat, because it has been used, JCE has been used as a scapegoat to silence a lot of Dinka, to also humiliate a lot of Dinka people. So I hope today your presentation has removed some of those frustrations and also has clarified to them what exactly is the role of JCE. There were two questions that I had. I don't know if you moderators are okay, or can we leave it for next time?
I think probably best to leave it for next time. It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
We have questions. We can leave them for next time.
Yeah, so for those people who asked two questions in the back channel, just know this is not personal. Uncle Eldo cannot respond to your questions, but we'll keep them for next time. So thank you, Uncle Ajou, and I hope you will get a break and you will come back again. Thank you for your service today and for spending Christmas with us.
Okay, I'm very, very grateful, and I want to thank you. And the fact that you managed to bring people like Pagana Mom, Susanna, Jambo, and the rest of you for people to debate like this is healthy. It is healthy because it can take us to an area of solving our problems. Problems happen. War has happened. Participation in the war like JCE after the war, of course, with ideas and so on, with only the fact that up to now I'm talking with you, I don't see the president. There are people who do not want me to see the president, but I'm saying to be always with him. I'm not always with him because I don't find a way to where the president is. And all this problem being created by South Sudanese, but there are people who are near and doing nothing. What I want to say is that let us come together, because if we don't solve our problems early as we are, when they get deeper and become uncontrollable, we shall not be able to resolve them. They are still now very shallow because we are at the square one of trying to build a country. A country we have actually been fighting for it for a long time, over 55 years. You can imagine there are no people of this kind who are so resilient like South Sudanese. They are still talking with pride and all this after the war took them for 55 years. And now their own years alone fighting themselves has gone up. It is going to 70 years. See, our war is a waste. And they themselves call it senseless war. Themselves, those who are fighting. Mistakes made and recognized and put away are the best solution to the problems of human beings when they are recognized. These people who are in the West, who today we think that they are the people who can bail us out, what were they? They were worse than us because Africa, by tradition, was governed, but it was interrupted by slave traders and Arabs. But we were the best who carried ourselves. We were the best because we wrote the heavenly books. God gave them to us. This Quran, Bible, and Torah are the work of black people. They were written in Africa when there was no single white person in the Mediterranean. We were there. So we are great people. Yeah, Yama, Anna, some people will add their voice to me. Let us persuade our own people. Naspaganda, they have to come back. You see? And all of you, let us push hard to see that these leaders of ours come together. My message is, so peace, and we go back to ourselves. When we are actually crossing words, insults and blame and all this always fly left and right. But genuine people wind back to get facts of their life. And I'm not afraid of any question. And I admire you. That is why I get myself to talk to you and write in the media. One time when I joined Facebook, one of my friends, Jacob Akol, we met in the airport and he told me that, why do you get to Facebook? What do you want? I simply told him that it is the Facebook where there are people. Social media, you get people. Because there is nothing a human being can do without communication or without consultation or without thinking to reverse a mistake. These are weapons of getting to resolve problems. And Jacob himself drove up and is a part of the social media. And my appreciation, because you have brought me with you, see, wrongly or rightly, to ask me, what next are you going to do with JC? Fair enough. See? And I like the way you are addressing this. You are great people there, and we are people who know. We have to get our people out. Like what John Lucas said. We get our people back to our country. How? Let us actually share together. And we cannot boycott ourselves that some are opposition. I cannot talk to them. That attitude cannot give us democracy or give us a solution to have a constitution of our country. It will continue to divide us. But if the young people are closer, you are all closer, by the way. You are not enemies. You are fighting a war of individuals, enemies who are doing their war. It's not yours. You have nothing. So, if you like, this is my conclusion, that we get to accept the revitalized agreement. Because the vision into the future is that if we lose it now, we will actually end up in chaos without any solution. You will not catch anybody. It is better that we have a bad peace than nothing. Because if we get nothing, no peace, this country will not stand. We are so angry against one another that will not sustain unity, by the way. It is time to grab the chance so that we use this agreement. We are people educated and we can know what is our interest in this agreement and what is not our interest. See? And we can remove things to do with individuals. This is what I want to say.
Uncle Aldo, I don't know, you actually made me very flabbergasted, if I can say that, because your final remarks.
Come on now, don't cry, you're a big boy.
Yes, I know. To come from you as someone who belongs to entity is deemed and was sold out in a social media that they are the cause and the root cause why South Sudan is going backward. And to come and call for hang on.
Wait, Yakol, انتظر دورك please. لا هو انا اظن هو هيخلص ما يرجع ثاني. له اخلص ورديه لسيسرمي وما ياكل بعد ذاك عشان نيجي
That's what I want to say. For Uncle Aldo Ajou, to me, I relate to him. We are from the same area in Bech, Will East. He knows my father and all this. Yeah. But your encouragement, Uncle Aldo, was very remarkable. Very remarkable. The fact that you mentioned some names whom are not Dinka, like Susan Jambo and Bakana Mom, come together, something that can appeal to any human beings, South Sudanese. Something that I would like to register my gratitude to you to come first time in the clubhouse. Unlike Dr. Lama called, who came here a couple of weeks ago, and it added, I witnessed that violence in South Sudanese discussions and forum. But you came today and appealing to South Sudan to come together, and even mentioning people like Suzanne and Paganamom come together. So the only way out is this SPLM. Even Salman Dandara that is listening here, you didn't give him a chance to speak. He believes in that. You see, what I want to ask you, Uncle Aldo, me and Simon, we are working on something that to bring you back in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. You and Uncle Joshua. Is it something that you would like to engage in?
Yeah, I like to engage in.
Very good, beautiful. So now I will yield. I will yield the mic.
That position of mine, that the situation is up, and that people are afraid of JC is not this place now, because we are for peace and a time for all of us to give up and take. Very
good, yeah. But we will work on that, me and Simon and the rest of the moderators to organize the next room. This is the first time, and it was actually very remarkable. So as a result, now I will pass the mic to.
And I have a proposal.
Go ahead.
Al-Gisada, you try your best to get SPLM and SPLMIO on these exchanges.
Thank you.
Because I'm talking to you now, they don't talk together. They don't hold rallies. They are not actually informing their supporters of what is going on with peace. They don't hold rallies up to now. And I'm wondering, people who don't rally people, what is the meaning of parties? Is to make people, give people what you are trying to do. So try to engage them, they will shy away from each other. I don't know why. And also, when you are an opposition and you become a government, you drop the word opposition. It doesn't work in the government because you have become a government. And wait for your time. You go back to opposition, say you are opposition. Opposition is not a word which is permanent. You go to government and at the same time you call yourself opposition and you are in the government. It is actually clumsy and contradictory. And this is what is going on. Salva is called to be government, and Riek Machar is opposition in one government. Okay, that is my opinion anyway. But
thank you, Uncle. Thank you.
Make this forum the best. The best.
Yeah, we will do our best.
You can bring Lama Call, bring me here, bring Pagan, bring Jambo. You bring others. Aye?
We'll work on it.
Yes, I will work on it. I think in case of Sister Jambo, Jambo, she's a friend of mine, and I have some connection with those of IO, including
Jambo is very focused and organized. She's not aggressive.
Yeah, we will do that very soon.
Even Salman Dandara is my cousin. Who can bring him?
Yeah, even Salman too, because there was a little bit of disorganization a while ago, but it's okay. Next time, thank you very much, and I will stop here and yield the mic back to my moderator.
Shukran. Shukran lekum. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, fellow moderators. I will introduce myself to Uncle Joe and to the audience. We have this tendency of having not our real names, not for any reasons, but just, I believe, out of, to express ourselves as much as we can. My name is Achol Madudring, from Gogyal. Why one of the fallen commanders in the last battle of Gogrial in 2002. He was an army pilot. I believe you know him.
He was a pilot. Yes, was a pilot in the SPLA.
And and one of my maternal uncle is one of your colleagues, Uncle Ambrose Rentik Einer. Just to let you know. So it's an honor and a privilege to have you today on our platform, Uncle Joe. And like Atilio has said, so many things have really been clarified and much more emotional as much as it is making us quite speechless, honestly. But I believe it's the beginning of best things that could happen to us and our generation today, that someone like an elder at your age can manage to come and sit with us for these hours. Believe me, it's a real blessing for us all. And as you have accepted that you don't mind to ever come up again on our platform to be here with us. Thank you for blessing us with that. I have picked up a lot of things out of your remarks, and the things that you've reiterated the most are around the issue of peace and reconciliation, and the fact that there should be forgiveness, and that you as elders and people within our government accept mistakes. That is a humble thing to say, and it's a show. It's a show of optimism that indeed for a country to move forward, we need healing, we need reconciliation, and this is where we are. This is where we are at this point as people of our generation. We don't get along because there's so much hurt and people are not happy with each other. There's so much division and disunity. So for you to identify the need for peace and reconciliation and the need for people to forgive each other, it's such a good way to move forward. And I hope as we work on each other and moving forward to heal all the wounds, I believe we will be able to work without any tribe being left behind, which was one of the visions of the SPLM initially. I cannot thank you enough with all the remarks that you have said. All the speakers that have come on the platform today for your questions. We well directed and well answered to the best, I believe. One of the things that I just wanted to mention as well, which was the question that was asked in the back channel, I'll just leave it so you can go away with it. hopefully next time we will talk more about it. But it's the issue of repatriation that has come up from 3 people. That if you speak about elections and people, being organized to have elections, what does the government have in place for people to be repatriated back home? And secondly, how can the communities be united so that they can be ready for the elections itself? So I will stop here, and thank you very much. And hopefully next time we'll meet again on the platform. Thank you.
Uncle Aldo انت مو ده فاهم أقدر أنتي قالوا نسيبون لكن برضو Uncle Aldo, Dr. Aldo Ajou, for me, Taban, you're trying to avoid my question earlier because you don't want to talk to you don't want to talk on. You don't want to talk about your own, personal achievement. That's a good thing. In the refugees, Taban. That is right. Me, when I grew up, I'm a professional from the birth. I'm a professional person from the birth. شغل بتاعي الاول انا اشتغلت في شرطه في السودان عند دفعه 11 المواحد في سنه 89 وكداك انت كنت وزير تقريبا وانت كنت في جبره ان احنا انا I involved in politics في دائره 27 وجبره لو بتعرفوا كويس ان احنا سقطنا ترابي في دائره 27 انا كنت زول حزب الامه. ايوه وانا بعرف بيتك كويس وفي نفس الوقت انت زول نسيبي انت زول نسيبي بالمارج. انا بوريك بعدين نيان كوي ولا نيان وان موتشر انا ياك شي بان نيان كاي تشيك تياك ريكو كمان دكتور دانيال باكوك مانواك. ايوه يعني طبعا انا اسمي مياكول اروب دودي لما يوم اران بانرو ومولوت بانتي. Dr. Benjamin Majak, my father was the mayor of Bantu. You've been watching my shows. You always come to my shows. Yeah. And also, I know you personally. Maybe أنا ما مسكت يدك لكن في البيت أنا كنت قاعد في جبر هناك في البيت في مربع واحد. البيت المطرطش باللون الأحمر. البيت المفتوح لكل الجنوبيين، لكل السودانيين ما جنوبيين بس، لكل السودانيين. حتى لما انت كنت ما في ذاته لما الوالد بتاعك اللي هو جدنا لما مات حتى ذاته عمر بشير ده جاء في البيت انت كنت ما في، انت كنت في لندن. اي فانا داير اشكرك اليوم انك تجيت وجيت وضحت حاجات كثيره جدا. انا مبسوط منك شديد، انت وضحت حاجات كبيره جدا ويا ريت كله اهلنا كلهم. You have Gibela I assure people when Uncle Aldo, Dr. Aldo Ajou, when he comes, he will never come like a Jieng. He came like a Sudanese and a South Sudanese. Yes. And you have shown that to all people. And I want to thank you for that, to be honest with you. وانت خدت اي زول الليله ده في الكرسي بتاعه ناس لما ندندر جبلته وريتهم. انت ما زول قبلي، انت زول من ما انت وحدتنا في السودان القديم. خلقت لنا فريق اسمه واجومه. لا اسي كلمه واجومه I don't know how did you come up with this word. I don't even think about it. واو جوبا ايوه JU and ملكال MA واجومه. وحدتنا كلنا. لكن it was very shame. And today you shame a lot of South Sudanese people who used to accuse you. وانت الليله تكلمت عن revitalize peace agreement. I am always defending because I know you guys. Who are you? I know. I see it always. Thank you. I listen. Yes. Thank you. Now, I know you even when we were in Sudan. Yeah. Now the questions I'm taking with me are very good questions. And repatriation and these elections, must be a domain of the parliament now. This assembly must advocate the plight of our people outside, refugees and displaced. And I'll come back to
to the next willingly.
Yes.
No problem.
Doctor, I want to thank you before I call you uncle. Lano I'm going to uncle because and then cows you. Like I will professionally call you doctor.
Uncle is paramount.
ما ناس بيقولوا كان ياكل نادي uncle Aldo Ajou بيقول شنده قريب وشنده دينكاو زي لكن نقول دكتور Aldo Ajou.
شكرا
انا هسه انكل بتاعهم كله انا زيك لما نبورو انا انكل بتاعه. all of them should call me uncle. They go South Sudanese.
لكن برضه we have to give you your title as a Dr. Aldo Ajou that people have denied your control.
يلا اوجز يا حبيبنا اوجز
ماشي بس انا اشكرك مره اخرى واخيرا يا دكتور.
ايوه
شكرا لك لحضورك و you have shown the people of South Sudan today who you are and how nationalist you are, and you have answered all the questions on behalf of Jieng Council of Elders. الناس النايمين. وانا داير اشكر يعني في المقام الاول داير اشكر اخوي سايمون وداير اشكر شكر شديد اخوي اتيلو ان احنا صارينا مصارعه كبيره جدا and they made very good effort عشان نمشي لقوك ويجيبوك ده اخوي سايمون اخوي استاذ اتيلو دكتور اتيلو في المستقبل ان شاء الله. يا اخي والله شكرناكم شديد ويا ريت كل جماعه بتاعنا الكبار اجوا وتوروا يعني نفوسكم الطيبه يا دكتور ألدو أجو زي ما انتم قلتوا قبل ويوروا النفوس الطيبه ان احنا انتم لما كنتوا قاعدين في السودان القديم ما عندكم قبليه في قلوبكم انتم حميتونا كلنا كجنوبيين. الليله ده في جنب بتاع كتوري قاعد في امريكا عشان سببكم انتم، في جنب بتاع بحر غزال كان فرتيداو وكان دينكاو وكان وراوي. الكلام ده كان في قلوبكم ما في، لان انتم ناس يعني تعافاتوا انا من زمن بيتر قرقوس وناس توماس كوما كان وناس بيتر وين، انتم ناس قلوبكم في جنوب السودان. لكن انا ما اعرف قبليه ده جابوا لنا من وين، لكن برضو انا حاجه ثانيه برضو I want you to walk away with it انه ظلموكم في peace agreement. You are the people who brought this peace agreement today. عشان ما يكون في ظلم في السودان and you are not involved in that peace. You are the people who brought that peace agreement عشان جنوبين ما يموتوا عليه عشان يكون في سلام، لكن ما في زول منكم عندنا في حكومه، لكن you are still يعني protecting that peace, you are still supporting that peace, and that's where I agree with you guys, and I'm the one who protecting that peace and crying for that peace. I am the one who cried Dr. Machar to be brought out from South Africa عشان يجي ويمشي قدام. وشكرا لك يا دكتور وربنا يبارك وربنا يديك طول العمر، ومعليش للزمن الطويل اللي احنا يعني خليناك تقعد معنا هنا، لكن ربنا بعوضك ان شاء الله. وشكرا لك.
شكرا لكم. Thank you.
All right, Uncle. On the behalf of the crew up here in the stage and the crew behind the scene, a lot of people have put in for you to be here tonight. But above all, let me commend you for your patience and perseverance. It will be hard for people to believe that we started this pursuit from 1 o'clock on the 25th on Christmas Day. And next day, 3 o'clock, is now going to 4 o'clock a.m. in Juba. I commend you. You are such a very resilient man. You talk about the resilience of the Sudanese.
Thank you.
I've never met someone as resilient as you are.
Simon, thank you very much.
Look, without further ado, I really just want to recap by saying, first thing, I would like you to take note that, you know, all these people that came here is a mix. That's the microcosmic of South Sudan, with all their different political persuasions and with all the rainbow ethnic compositions. And let me say that before we were very much polarized, but I feel in my own assessment that as you leave, we are closer. We are one step closer to one another. You know, it's not perfect, but I want you to take, as much as you're leaving behind a positive impression, I want you to take some impression back to the other members of Jieng's community.
I will.
And tell them that we in diaspora, our hearts is at home. And we want to see all South Sudan united. But of course, it is the responsibility of every community to do their part. And I think you guys, we are very proud of you. Very, very proud of you. You're doing your part. And I feel that people don't give you credit enough. And so I think we should give you credit for what you do.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
The other part of it is that we hope in the next couple of days we can reschedule further rooms so we can, like I said, this is the dialogue, and the process of nation building starts with perseverance and it starts with tolerance. We need to tolerate each other, including those we don't agree with, and including those who hate us. We need to work with them. So I expect that we will have an engagement where we will have other Jieng community elders from Upper Nile to come here as well, to also exchange with us, so we can begin to have the reciprocation. They hear from the diaspora, and diaspora hears from them, and then all diaspora, and then from then hopefully we can encourage other ethnics in South Sudan to take up this, and then instead of having an ethnic specific council, we will have a nation specific council. There's nothing wrong with that. So I thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing you at our next meeting. God bless you, and please apologize. My apologies, extend my apology to your family. We took you away for a very long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you all. Thank you very much.
Uncle Aldo, before we are planning actually to schedule another room in a few weeks to come, probably 2 weeks from now. And it's going to be actually join a room between you and Joshua. And if we can extend our link to those of Lamakol and Pakanamom, it will be very great. I don't know if you don't mind. This is something that will
be really good.
Okay, very good.
Another message to Dr. Anang Chalwell IO and the SPLM, how you can bring them together. Taban yana jam tong nuer tamaman, ana dieta nuerich, kupanda paneda shore nuer. I know how to bring them. I already spoke to the youth Jieng, Kujala youth nuer. I will bring them together. I assure this. I and Ustaz Atilo, we are working on that, and you guys will see that result very soon, inshallah.
Yeah. That's good. Thank you very much, all.
Thank you, Uncle. You have a good morning.
I'm quite happy, really. Thank you.
Yeah. Have a good night.
Thank you very much.
It's a good night. It's a good morning, actually, for him.
Hi. Uncle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shukran.
No problem.
No problem.
Yes, bye for now, and I think Achol or me
we
can shut down the room.
Bye now.
Okay, for sure.
All right, everybody. Simon, thank you for organizing this in terms of the logistics and the time constraint overnight in Australia. 10 I think in a kidney, we were doing this to get him up on our platform here. So I would personally like to thank you.